Miranda,
Here.
and Booth.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Oh, he's,
Go Bucks.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
good evening, sir.
It's now 5:01. You've called this meeting to order. It's a physical quorum being present. It's Thursday, September 9th. And this meeting of quasi-judicial and other matters are conducted with a live in-person quorum present in City Council chambers. However, in light of the continuing COVID-19 government health standards and guidance now in effect, the members of the public have the ability to participate virtually through to video teleconferencing referenced by Florida statutes and rules as Communications Media Technology, or CMT. The public and the citizens of the City of Tampa are able to watch, listen, and view this meeting on cable channel 640 from Spectrum and Frontier channel 15, and on the internet at tampa.gov/live stream. Now, there are ways to participate this evening, and those have been made available in the notice, which is available on the City Council's webpage at tampa.gov/citycouncil. And with regard to tonight's quasi-judicial hearings, people are able to participate remotely by pre-registering through CMT, again, following the instructions that are available at tampa.gov/quasi, QUASI. Now, Mr. Chairman and members of council, those people who are willing to appear in person but do not have access to communications media technology are able to participate by using the facilities that are being made available to the public by the City Council and the City of Tampa here at Old City Hall, 315 East Kennedy Boulevard on the second floor. And please note that use of masks are required in the building and social distancing is encouraged. Comments have been able to have been sent to council in advance via email, and they are also available to be viewed at tampa.gov/agendas. Written comments received by mail or email have been distributed to the City Council and will be included in the permanent record of tonight's meeting. The comments that are timely received will be afforded equal consideration as if the public comments were made in person. Mr. Chairman, one last comment. If you are going to be participating by the GoToMeeting platform, if you're going to be participating virtually, please note that the chat function is not to be used by the public to communicate with City Council. That is solely for technical problems. If you're experiencing a technical issue, then please do use the chat function, but do not otherwise communicate with it. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. We don't need a motion for the adoption of the rules.
Second meeting.
Mr. Miranda's moved it. Mr. Citrus seconded. All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed? Motion carries forward. Gentlemen, we have a tight schedule tonight. A lot of public comments on a few items, so I'm going to make sure that we kind of stick to the timer tonight. Go Bucks tonight. I know everybody wants to get and watch that game, so I want to make sure we get there so people can get in front of those television sets and cheer on our hometown Buccaneers. So we'll go right into item number one.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
May I say something?
Yes, sir.
I don't know about the rest of the council members, but when I received these and read the applicants that were so kind to apply and to send it in, some of these have two complete, and some of these, I don't know if it's me or I didn't get mine complete. There's supposed to be three with each one, and some only have one, a cover letter. Some only have two. So I want to make sure that everybody gets a fair shot. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what we're going to do legally if we don't have all the information, unless my pack came incomplete. I don't know about the other members.
Mr. Chairman.
Your record, Dr. Dingfelder.
Thanks. Just to further that, what I'm hoping for, Mr. Miranda, is that we hear the interviews tonight, we hear the presentations tonight, and we defer voting.
That's fine.
Because frankly, I've just had a chance to read through some of these. I don't know most of these folks. I'd like a little chance to think about it, maybe talk to some of their references and that sort of thing. So if we could, we don't have to vote on it now, but consider defer voting after we hear from everybody, as opposed to rushing in.
Ms. Dingford, I did have a meeting with with Kamaria. She'll come on and the city attorney in reference to that item. We understand that this was some items that were put ahead of time because of the training classes that need to start to get these folks in on time and be able to do their service on that board. There were some ideas was brought up. I'll let her go into detail if that be the wishes of this council after we've heard her opening statements. And if we need to defer a vote, there is a date that they're looking at to defer a vote because of the lack of time of vetting the candidates. But I would like to hear the candidates who are here tonight to get that out of the way, and then we can go on with that. So, Mr. Shelby, I see your hand, sir.
I was going to, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I was going to ask that council please defer to Ms. Pettis-Mackle, who is on 2 on the second floor, and she can address council because I believe council would like to, or ought to know the context of going forward, given what you've said tonight and given what the situation is. So, Ms. Pettis-Mackle.
And there she is.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Council members. Kamaria Pettis-Mackle, Assistant City Attorney. I'm here because I represent the Citizens Review Board, and we're here this evening in response to a memorandum that was filed by Chief Assistant Ursula Richardson regarding City Council's selection for the Citizens Review Board. The city received 11 applications for City Council's consideration. The applications were previously provided to City Council by the clerk. With your selection, the new Citizens Review Board member will be able to participate in the upcoming training sessions with the remainder of the board at the September 21st, 2021 Citizens Review Board meeting. That will be the first training that all members will be able to participate in, and that is why this selection process was moved up in order for the new member to be able to participate in the training sessions moving forward. If I may, Mr. Chair, may I proceed in introducing the candidates for City Council's consideration?
You may proceed.
The first,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
You recognize Mr. Shelby.
Forgive me for interrupting, but I guess the discussion, if you want to save it till the end, would be, given what council has indicated up front, do you want to know what the ramifications are for doing that if council does not make its decision tonight, or do you want to talk about it later after you hear all the people?
Let's go ahead and get to the people, Mr. Shelby, and at the end, if council is still firm on a non-vote, then at that time, Kamaria can then tell us the options for the vote, and we can proceed then.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. The first applicant for City Council's consideration is Ross Allender, and I believe he is appearing virtually.
Yes, am I on now?
Yes, sir, we have you. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I'm Ross Allender. I've been a resident of Tampa for 39 years from Michigan, Lansing, and Flint. Been involved in community involvement in both cities, as well as Longboat Key, open housing and other areas. I like what the Citizen Review Board particularly read where it said make recommendations for possible policy changes. I think that's critical for input and from the board like we have here. Came down here from Michigan. I was vice president of Tampa General for 10 years and taught at USF. In fact, I still teach at USF as an adjunct. I'm also a labor arbitrator, so I'm involved in conflict resolution on an ongoing basis. One of my main things on conflict resolution is building trust and enhancing relationships with everyone involved in that, and negotiations as well as that. In my labor arbitrations, as you know, an arbitrator really can't make decisions, really can't change policy, that's what I'm saying. But an arbitrator can make recommendations, and more in my labor arbitrations, I'm finding it's becoming more and more mediation involved in it, where you actually get involved in problem solving, and I really enjoy doing that. I'm sure some of my friends call me a negotiations nerd, but I really like doing that stuff, particularly in labor issues. And problem resolutions, and offering opportunities to possible solutions. I guess that's what it's about. A key thing, the whole key thing in labor relations, in negotiations and arbitration is listening. Just really listening. listening hard. It's hard to listen sometimes, and I think I'm a good listener. I'm very patient. I'm involved with the Jimmy Carter Center in Atlanta in the conflict resolution program there on some peace issues, and I just been involved in that, and I really think that I could help. I could be a part of that board, and I really could assist. I love the area, and my family's from this area, and I would really love to do that. And again, the key thing would be building trust and relationships with all that come before that board. That it's a board, not just a board for yes or no or whatever, but a board that can react and respond and potentially resolve issues. I mean, that's the whole idea of it, in a proactive kind of way. And I've been involved in that nationally, public agencies with MARTA in Atlanta, the Public Transportation Organization, school boards, Miami-Dade Police and Fire Departments, and in Opelika, as well as county school boards too. And I'll just I'll leave with this. One of my favorite quotes are kind of talking about arbitration or mediation or listening or conflict resolution, really, is a quote from St. Francis of Assisi that said, "I need to understand before I'm understood." In other words, really listening, and I'm a good listener, and I can do that.
All right, thank
And I
you,
think
sir.
that would really help.
We appreciate that. Mr. Shelby, Madam Clerk, all council members, do you have the list of all 11 applicants in front of you? Yeah, I don't have a listing of all 11 in front of me. Madam Clerk, just give it to me, okay? And also, if Mr. Moran has indicated he's
don't
missing information in the packet, so however we look at it tonight, want to make sure that we get a
This is all I got.
complete package to all council members.
No, I got this, but I don't have this. I can, and they're not, even the ones that I have are not incomplete.
Well,
I
we're
got-
going to make sure we get a complete packet. We want to make sure we get complete packets to all
appreciate it.
council members by tomorrow, so they can look over the weekend, depending on how we decide with the vote tonight. We want to make sure all council members have a complete
Appreciate it.
packet.
Yes,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
We'll move on to number 2.
Yes, the next applicant is Sue Ann Barlow, and she is present.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Sue Ann Barlow, and she is present.
Thank
I'm
you.
calling them alphabetically.
Good afternoon,
Good evening.
council.
We can hear you.
Oh, hi. Thank you for your time and your consideration for me. What I believe, I'm very interested in being more involved in my community, and what I believe makes me qualified for the Citizen Review Board is, first of all, my commitment to serve this community in all fairness, without partiality, and most importantly, with the utmost respect and with honor and dignity to the best of my ability. My involvement here in the community began 20 years ago while in the military. I was stationed at MacDill Air Force Base, which would be my final assignment. I was there from 2001 to 2004. And it was from this military background and in the healthcare field that I bring other qualifications, such as principles for which objectively reviewing health records related to claims against providers to determine professional standards of care, and as an officer expected to uphold the highest of standards. I know the challenges and rewards that come working with wildly diverse staff while keeping everyone focused on the mission and at the same time being united in that mission. The necessity for written standards of practice that cover the workplace in every area and with all those work procedures that are performed there. The military took me to many cities and places, and it gave me scores of opportunities and introduced me to varied experiences. In addition, I sought to take advantage of many and multiple volunteer activities where possible throughout my career. Since retirement, I have continued to volunteer in this city with several service agencies. At times, my volunteer activity looks very unofficial as I simply help my neighbors in need. And I'm sure we can all acknowledge these past 1.5 years has put great need in front of all of us. I hope that from what you've heard me say, you will agree that my history demonstrates I have the ability and the qualifications to working relationships, to communicate effectively with diverse groups, to serve this community in this role well. I trust what I have presented meets your expectations. A few things I have not mentioned. I have a counseling degree, and I agree with the previous applicant. Listening and getting to know one another well is so important. I offer this to you sincerely and in good faith, and I do invite any questions or points of clarification you might have for me at this time.
We're doing questions, or no?
I didn't plan on taking any questions, but I mean, she has a little time left, so you got a question for her, Jim?
Well, this is a question I was really going to ask everybody, time permitting, but what was your response to the tragic Floyd matter and Black Lives Matter as a whole? And you don't have much time, sorry.
I know I don't. It was extremely grieving and very hard for everyone. And I mean, it was just terribly saddening across the country and including myself. I mean, if I could just say it that way.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelby, a point of clarity, sir. Let me ask a question. Is since this is an interview process, is it a standard 3 minutes, or it's just what is the process as far as the time goes? Because if council members want to ask questions, I don't want not to allow them to ask a question, trying to be within a time frame. So what do we have going on?
Frankly, Mr. Chairman, I have not given it significant thought. In the past, you've had appointments to boards and committees, and they've just been handled without a dialogue interview posing questions to each person. This is certainly a unique board and a unique experience. It's council's pleasure, but certainly we did not set forth the ground rules in advance. So it is council's pleasure, but all I would ask council, in the interest of fairness, is that you be consistent.
Correct. So that's why I'm saying, Mr. Shelby, what if we have 2 minutes? 2 minutes for their spiel, and if councilmen want to chime in, at least we have a minute for councilmen can ask any questions.
Well, that may be, but council, in all fairness, they may have participated or prepared for 3 minutes because that's normally what you've done in the past. So my recommendation would be to err on the side of the benefit of giving them that extra minute. And then how did you say you wanted to handle their questions? Well, councils are questions of council, and the question is, if it's a question of one, is it a question for all? And when do you do that? Because logistically, especially if there are people who are going to be downstairs at the kiosk coming and going, logistically is difficult, and it's also difficult for the clerk's office with regard to virtual to bring up people and bring them back. And I don't know what's if Ms. Lucas has a comment as to how it's best addressed that way. I would just be concerned that whatever the process is consistent and applied
Well, we're
fairly.
only the person number 2, so Mr. Dinfeld was able to get his question answered. So
Did you want the question then brought to person number 1, back from the person number 1, and then complete each interview? My recommendation would be to, when you're complete with the applicant, then you're able to move on to the next.
So what we'll do is we'll let them complete their time. We'll let them complete. I ask any councilman any question for that particular applicant. If there are no questions, then we'll move on to the next applicant.
Okay?
All right?
And how is it that you want to handle the previous applicant? Were there any questions for that gentleman?
I had no questions. Mr. Dingfeld had a question he wanted to ask to all. I don't know if we can bring that person back. They may not still be on, right, Ms. You're on? All right, bring him back. Bring him back, and that way we'll be fair to everybody with the same question that Mr. Dingfeld may ask to all of the applicants. And that was Mr.
I'm back.
Ross Allender.
Yes, right here.
Mr. Dingfeld, you're recognized with your question, sir.
Oh, Mr. Allender, I'm just curious of, since we've had sort of a racially charged environment for the last couple of years, what was your response to Black Lives Matter and the Floyd matter?
Well, that's America. I mean, that's what happens, and we need to deal with it, be upfront with it, discuss it, deal with it, be very open on it, and I think in certain areas of the country, they're doing that. Obviously, the Ford, things went really wrong there, and the Black Lives Matter, I think, raised a lot of good points, issues that we need to deal with, and it's kind of an ongoing thing. With not just that, it also goes on to our farm workers. Issues with farm workers have the same kind of thing they're dealing with. I'm chair of the board of the Bethel Farm Worker Mission in Wamama, and they face the same kind of things, discrimination issues and so on.
Thank you, sir.
And so,
We appreciate
bigger
it.
picture.
Thank you.
Ms. Citro, I see your light, you recognize.
Thank you. And briefly, the events that have happened over the last year and a half, will that give you any bias towards the police force?
No, absolutely not. I know, in my arbitration, I work with some police departments, and I hear both sides. And it's a tough situation, and I just need to listen and hear all the facts, but I have no bias at all. No.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other councilman have any questions for this gentleman? Thank you, Mr. Allen.
You're welcome.
Bring Ms. Susan back up to the podium on the
Yes, sir.
second floor. IT, can we go back to the second floor?
Yes.
All right. Any questions for Mrs. Barlow?
Then I will ask the same question.
You're recognized.
The events that have happened in the last year and a half, because of the murder of George Floyd, will that bring any bias for you against the police department?
Not at all, sir. I have no bias against the police, although I will say I certainly am concerned for any unwarranted, unnecessary force, and certainly believe that that has to be investigated when that is the case.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right. Number 3, I believe, Ms. Kamari?
Hello, City Council. The next applicant is Bianca Brooks, and she provided a written summation in addition to her application that was provided to City Council earlier.
Does everyone have her some information?
She's not available tonight.
She's not available? Okay, well, we'll just make sure that,
This is the only thing I got on Bianca Brooks.
that's all you have. Mr. Rand only has one sheet of paper on the application or
That's it.
anything, so that's why I said we want to make sure that we have those tomorrow for all council members in their boxes, if possible. All right, well, we'll go on to the 4th one.
The next applicant is Scott Bushway, and he is present.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Scott Bushway, and I'm a one-year resident of downtown Tampa. A little bit about my background. I have 32 years of progressive law enforcement experience in a medium-sized police department outside of Boston, where I retired as the deputy police chief in 2010. I started my career as a patrol officer, moved into the detective division. I was promoted to patrol sergeant. I was promoted again to detective sergeant, promoted again to lieutenant, and then finally as deputy police chief, where I retired. I have a master's degree in criminal justice, and I currently teach criminal justice classes at Hillsborough Community College, Ybor campus, although currently my classes are online. I applied for this position because I feel I have a lot to offer. Despite my law enforcement background, I'm very open-minded, I'm fair and impartial, and believe that I can bring some, maybe specific knowledge that may benefit some decision-making. I have, I come to this process with no agenda, again, no bias, and I'm very familiar with policies and procedures of police departments. I'm very familiar with the Garrity decision and Weingarten rights, and I feel as though that I'd be a good fit for this position.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, any council members?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Ziegfeld, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, sir, for applying. During your tenure, and we appreciate your service up north, is there any particular incident dealing with race, maybe a discipline act, or anything like that that sticks out in your mind you know, where race was a large issue for you, you know, as a senior officer?
That I personally dealt with?
Yes, sir.
As the deputy police chief, I was in charge of internal investigations. The internal issues that fortunately were a medium-sized police department was relatively minor. There were some use of force issues that I investigated. In fact, most citizen complaints are grounded, usually in use of force issues. As far as them being specific race-related, they would not. However, I was the designated civil rights officer, actually one of the first civil rights officers designated by the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. I was responsible for investigating all incidents of civil rights, hate crimes, and whatnot.
And what was the most serious level of discipline that you had to give out for use of force?
We've terminated officers, not to get into particulars, but with strong chief, weak chief, but we make recommendations to the hiring authority, which followed our recommendations about termination.
How'd you feel about that?
It was the absolute appropriate thing to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you for coming to the interview today, sir.
Thank you.
City Council, the next person is Lexi Gill. I believe I had a note that this person will appear in person, but I think the person is appearing virtually.
She is.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have her virtually?
Yes, she is.
Thank you. Here she is.
Good evening. My name is Lexi Gill, and I am a third-year doctoral student in criminology at the University of South Florida. So I also hold a bachelor's and a master's in criminology, and my research interests include policing and communities and crime. My upcoming proposed dissertation is actually involving the relationships between police legitimacy and the community. I am originally from Kansas City, Missouri, and I worked with the police department there. And I also moved to Seattle, Washington, and I have worked with police departments in the state of Washington as well. So I have a ton of applied police research. I have also gone through research ethics training, and I was part of the Tampa Bay police reform this summer as a graduate research assistant under Dr. Brianna Fox. And we are currently going through our findings and putting together a publishable report. So like I said, I have had research ethics training, and so I know I can be fair and impartial. And I think that this would be such a great honor to be able to give back to the community and also the field that I am involved in. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any council members? Mr. Brand, I see you
I
on the
just want to
record.
know, you mentioned 2 police departments, Kansas City, 1 in Northwest. Can you tell us what position you had, what type of work you did there?
Yes, so I worked in Kansas City as a graduate research assistant. It was on a Department of Justice funded grant, and I helped go through non-fatal shooting reviews in Kansas City at the time, and then determined if they were indeed gang-related or not. And then in the state of Washington, I worked on several Project Safe Neighborhoods grants, where I looked at the gun violence within the area to see who all was involved in the gun violence to prevent future victimization and also to kind of stop the crime. So I worked with Seattle Police Department, I've worked with Tacoma, Washington Police Department, Yakima, Washington Police Department, Pierce County in Washington. I've also worked with Pasco County on a Department of Justice grant, which I am currently funded through the University of South Florida.
Are these voluntarily, or were you an employee?
I was not technically an employee of the police department. I've always been employed through either a research business or through the university.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Ms. Dingford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Ms. Gill. So you're working on your PhD at this point?
That is correct. I'm in my third year.
Okay. So I've been in academia with a master's thesis, and of course I've sat here. The difference to me, and I don't mean this with any criticism because a question is coming, but the difference to me is in academia, a lot of times you're observing, you're taking information, you're analyzing data, et cetera. In this scenario, or hopefully in the CRB scenario, you're asking questions. You're delving further than what might just be volunteered to you. And I'm just wondering how you feel about that in terms of, you know, a different role and a comfort level with that.
Absolutely, great question. So as someone that's in academia, I feel that it is very important to be able to ask the right question and to uncover the answers. And so my research specifically is on applied. So I know how to get my hands dirty and work in the field and not necessarily be an observer.
So you don't have a problem ruffling feathers,
Absolutely not.
even if it's in a community that you might want to stay in.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I would not have a problem.
Anyone else?
Hey, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You're recognized, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you very much. And I saw the name, Dr. Brianna Fox, obviously a good name that I think many of us are knowledgeable of, et cetera. And I wanted to ask you something that Councilman Dinkfelder wisely asked, which is, you know, the incidents we've seen over the last year, including Black Lives Matter movement, the murder of George Floyd, et cetera. What's your opinion on that?
My opinion is that we need to be able to strengthen the relationship with the community and also hold police accountable whenever they misstep. And so I think we need to look at the research. We need to understand where the community is coming from and also the police officers at the same time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next, City Council, the next applicant is Brittany Lacani, and she's appearing virtually as well.
All right.
Hi. Can you hear me? Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay, so my name is Brittany Lacani, and I just first like to thank you guys for taking the time to do this. I've been a Florida resident my entire life, and I've lived here in Tampa for the past 5 years. Tampa is my home. I love this city, and being downtown in the middle of the city. I was even a Tampa Bay Lightning girl, and through that I was able to get involved with a lot of the different organizations and serve the community that way. When I left that position, I became a member of the Junior League of Tampa, where I've been on the Public Policy Committee for the last 3 years. And that's been a rewarding experience, being able to discuss with different legislators and really have an impact on some of the policy that comes out of Tallahassee. And just being involved in how the policy and the legislation gets made has really given me a nice insight into all of that. And then with that, I am a second-year law student at Stetson University College of Law. And being in law school, I feel like I've developed the skills to view an issue from multiple viewpoints and to really analyze situations with a lot of different facts and from all sides of the situation. I feel like law school has allowed me a unique insight into the cultural challenges our country has been facing by spending time discussing all of these controversial issues with my professors and other students on campus. I also feel like it's really important to get young adults involved in local affairs, and I would like to lead this movement by being one of the young adults getting involved and being able to go back to Stetson and telling all of my colleagues that there are opportunities for you to get involved with the city and other review boards and city council, and let them know that these opportunities exist. The Citizens Review Board and the transparency and oversight that they provide, I think, really work to restore public faith and trust in our police and in our community. And the board allows the citizens to feel comfortable that their complaints about the officers will be handled without prejudice. By a placement on this board, I would like to work to increase the public's understanding of law enforcement policies and procedures, because if the public doesn't understand the policies and procedures, they're going to have a hard time with understanding how they work. They're going to have a hard time trusting the police officers and even the board if they don't understand how all of the information gets presented and how the system really works. And then by working with the rest of the board, I would like to bring about more transparency to the procedures that surround the police department and be a part of the solution that brings our community together.
Well, thank you, Ms. Brittany. Any questions, gentlemen?
If I may, Mr. Chair, you said discussing the policies and procedures of the police department. Do you understand the Officers' Bill of Rights?
I have not read it.
Thank you very much.
And Viera, if I may.
Ms. Vera, you're recognized, and Mr. Dingfellow.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for applying. I went to Stetson and graduated a while ago, so just wanted to give you, as Councilman Dingfellow always says, a shout out for Stetson and whatnot. Why additionally would you like to serve on this board? Is there any anything that's occurred maybe in the news or anything like that that may move you one way or another to serve on this board, ma'am?
I just think that the cultural changes and the cultural the cultural issues that our country is facing are so important, and we really need young people to get involved and lead the movement, not just by protesting and getting out in the streets, but by actively working with community leaders and, the police department or different departments to really come about a solution that works for everybody. We don't want solutions that are one-sided, that will only work for one group of people. We are looking for solutions that will work for the people that are feeling like they cannot trust the police and the people that are feeling oppressed by the police, but also solutions that work for the police officers and work in the current system that we have.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and good luck at Stetson. And whenever that terrible bar comes up, good luck with that. Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Dingfellow, you recognized.
Ms. Lacani, one quick question and then a bigger one. I missed what you said after you were a Lightning Girl, which means you're an impressive ice skater, I'll bet. But after you were a Lightning Girl, you said you went on and did something with policy. Who was that with?
Yes, sir. So I'm on the Junior League of Tampa Public Policy
Junior
Committee.
League. Okay,
and
that's what I missed. Okay, my last question is, in an ideal world, when you finish next year and you make the best score in the whole state on the bar exam, what's your ideal job?
Yes, sir. So I would like to get and work for a government organization and do policy writing. I'm very interested in the environmental law, so the EPA or something like that. But I've also am looking at working with the state attorney's office.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Lacani.
Anyone else? You said something that I talk about a lot, Ms. Lacani. This council always hear me talk about culture. You made mention to culture. Just elaborate a little bit more when you talk about culture, would say the community and police.
Well, yes, sir. I think that, everybody has their culture that they feel is important to them. I am half Pakistani. My father immigrated here from Pakistan with absolutely nothing. And I was raised in a household that really acknowledges, my father's Pakistani heritage, and that's part of my culture, as well as my mother's American heritage. And I think that that is something that has made me the person I am today and has allowed me to work in different situations and understand a lot of different people. And we have people like that all throughout Tampa Bay. I mean, we have Cubans or people from Cuban descent, and we have people that are African American, we have Hispanics, we have people from all different cultures. And the way that they're interacting with the police right now, we've seen in the past couple of years, especially with the George Floyd incident and Black Lives Matter, is that there is a cultural rift where some cultures and some people of different descents, of different skin color, of different just ways of life, do not feel that they are recognized the same way or acknowledged the same way by the police officers. And that's a problem that we need to change. There's a culture that the police officers have and a culture that these other communities have, and we need to find a way to bridge that gap where everybody can feel included and work together.
Well, thank you. Anyone else, gentlemen? Thank you for interviewing, Ms. Brittany.
Next, council members, the next applicant is Lee Lowry. This individual was not able to appear, and they provided a letter that the clerk's office submitted to City Council. The next applicant is Kathleen McCary, and she is appearing virtually.
We have Ms. McCary?
Hi there.
There she is.
Hi. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Katie McCary, and I lived in Tampa for the last 22 years. I work full-time for United Healthcare, where I am a Vice President of Operations, and I specialize in process improvement initiatives as a Six Sigma Black Belt. I have an undergraduate degree in psychology, a master's degree in business, and a master's degree in public health. And in my free time, volunteer as a master guardian ad litem that's court appointed for the state of Florida 13th Judicial Court, and advocate for abused and neglected children, and also oversee the hospital SWAT team for the county as well. So we actually see all the hospital babies in the hospital that have been removed from their homes and sheltered from their parents due to abuse and neglect. I'm super passionate about the community. The Citizens Review Board was formed to enhance the trust between the police department and the community. And I believe I'd be a perfect candidate to serve on the board, as I'm very passionate about the community and really care about these issues. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. Any questions, gentlemen?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
You recognize Mr. Citro.
Thank you very much for your application. Have you ever been to a CRB meeting?
I watched a couple last year.
Last year. You haven't watched any presently. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. McCary.
Next, council members, the next applicant was Edward Milton. This applicant did not respond to the request to appear in person or to appear virtually, and we don't have any written summary to support the application.
All right, we'll move on then.
The next applicant is Carlos Tirado, and this applicant is appearing virtually.
All right.
We can't hear him.
We can't hear you, sir. Madam Clerk, can you help him out?
Hit the volume, I guess.
Can you hear us now?
You're still muted.
Can you unmute yourself?
Mr. Tirado, you're unmuted on our end, so you may need to unmute your personal device.
We got one more. Oh no, he's not. This is the last one.
Yeah.
Sometimes, I don't know if you're on Windows or Mac, but sometimes in the bottom right, if you click on the microphones, my kids sometimes play with mine and put other microphones on there, so it could be that your AirPods or something are still selected.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson.
Looked like he left.
Can we get him back on the
Maybe
screen, or
he's
he
back.
go out, Madam Clerk?
He's still on.
We can't hear you.
Good evening.
We got you.
Yes.
So,
Can it be heard now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tirado, you can proceed with your presentation. Mr. Tirado?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
We can hear you.
My apologies for that glitch. Can I start?
You can start, sir.
Yes, sorry for the inconvenience. I'm Carlos Tirado. I have a background in business. On insurance and risk management for the last 30 years. That's been what I've been doing. I have a master's degree in business with a major in insurance and risk management also. I've never been involved into any government agency or political organization. I've been living here in Tampa, in Florida, and in Tampa for 6 years now, a little bit more than 6 years, with my wife and my son. And I want to be part of this committee because I want to give back to the community, to Tampa and the community that I serve, where I live to. I wanted to be part of the opportunity to improve the relationships between the police department, the city, and the community. I want to use my experience in multicultural environments and risk management to provide possibly provide a different point of view in the issues at hand. I believe in transparency, in accountability, in fairness, objectivity, and respect. And I would like to thank everyone here for the consideration.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any members have any questions? Mr. Dingell, you recognize?
So, Mr. Tirado, how did you hear about this particular board? Did this board jump out at you? Something unusual that appealed to you? What do you know about this board?
Kind of a funny story. I've been talking to my wife for the last couple of months that I was looking for an opportunity to volunteer in the community, and on Facebook there was a post from the city of Tampa with this opportunity. So it jumped right at me, and I decided to apply.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Tirado.
Members of City Council, the last applicant is Carlos Valdez. That person was not able to appear, but did provide a letter of support to summarize their information, and that information with that letter is also provided by the clerk.
All right.
And that concludes all of the applicants for City Council's consideration.
Well, gentlemen, what I've viewed on our Bill, you had a transit?
Yeah, I don't know whether we're going to vote or not, but I just wanted to say while everybody's on there, there are a lot of very impressive people, and I think, what do we have, one slot? And I hope that with all the backgrounds that folks have, that they'll consider applying again if they don't make it tonight or whenever we vote.
Thank you. What I see on my sheet, gentlemen, is that we had 3 letters that were submitted. We had no response for one applicant, and everybody either was virtually or in person. I don't know if there still needs to be discussion, or if Mr. Randall still needs more time, or Mr. Dingell needs more time in reference to what they've heard and viewed this evening. So I will give it a minute to go to each person for any discussion, and then we'll bring it in for Landon to make a decision if we're voting tonight, or we'll pick a date to vote on these candidates. Mr. Maniscalco, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm prepared to vote tonight. I have seen the letters of those that were not able to attend, and of course we heard the applicants and we were able to ask questions. So I'm ready to go tonight if it's so the pleasure of the board.
Mr. Carlson, you're recognized.
I'm ready to vote tonight.
Mr. Citro, you're recognized.
I'm ready to make a vote tonight, yes, sir.
Mr. Vieira, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. I move for a 45-day contingent. No, I'm joking. No, I'm ready to vote. I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Dingell, you're recognized.
I will completely defer to Mr. Miranda, because Mr. Miranda seemed to indicate he'd liked a little more time, and if he'd like time, then I think we should respect that.
It's not that I like to have time, is that I don't have a complete
Yes,
resume. We talked about discrimination. I would be discriminating on a board I'm looking for not to discriminate, because I don't have the complete information on the individuals.
Right.
In fact, the ones that I've had 1, 2, 3, only 4 out of these 11 do I have 3 sheets for. The others, even those that, there's two.
Would you say you're 3 sheets to the wind?
No, I'm 4 sheets to the
Oh,
wind.
okay.
Being here with you, sure, I should be 5 sheets to the wind, but I'm all right with you. I get along with you. But what I'm trying to say is that it'd be an unjust for me to cast a vote without the information. And you all want to vote, that's fine.
Mr. Chair?
I think we should look for that alternate date, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I
you
may.
recognize?
And I just wanted to clarify, there's only 2 forms that the applicants have to complete. That's the voluntary position form and the addendum. There's only 2 forms that the applicants have to complete, and that information was provided from the clerk to the city council members. Some applicants provided a cover letter, but the only thing that they had to complete was to complete the form was the voluntary position form and the addendum that should be also included. Those are the only things that are required.
Well, I was counting front and back, and there's where we're at.
Let's look for another date. You have another date, Ms. Kamara-Pettis?
So the council members, if the council would like to defer their vote, you certainly can do that, but the next available time that you can decide your vote or announce your vote is at the September 14th evening meeting.
Would that be, when is the 14th?
That's on Monday.
Monday evening? That's fine.
That's fine.
Mr. Chair, no offense, but you heard from 4 different councilmen that were ready to vote tonight. Shall we make that a motion, make sure that that's decided on? I mean, I'm easy to go either way, but we have had other council people say that they're ready to vote tonight.
If I can, Mr.
I'll make a motion.
Whoa, point of order. Mr. Shelby, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the date of the 13th. of
14th.
The 14th is a Tuesday, is it not?
I believe it's
13th, Monday night.
It's the 13th, I apologize.
September 13th is the budget hearing.
Right.
That's a special call. It's usually reserved only for the budget. And council, I will tell you that unless we hear from the administration, that is not something, considering it involves state law and a very tight script, that is not something that I would not want to, that is something I would not want to do unless the administration is aware of it and agrees to that.
What?
Wait, whoa.
What?
Mr. Shelby, I mean, it's.
If you want to set it for 4 o'clock in the afternoon on that day,
It's
we
a
can.
simple vote, so I don't think it's gonna interfere with the budget, sir.
Because you can't, it is a separately noticed and statutorily required process
Okay.
to approve a budget.
Okay.
To add something to that agenda has not been done up until this point. And I, sitting here, would not recommend it unless somebody from the budget office and/or the legal department comes in and says that's a perfectly appropriate thing to do, because sitting here now, I'd say no.
All right, so let me, Mr. Reeve, hold on a second. So if we, Mr. Shelby, if we decide to do that and did it after the budget was heard, would that be appropriate in that light, sir?
My suggestion is if you were going to do it at all, you do it as a separate special call meeting, and you don't do it following anything, you do it earlier then, or you do it the following day. And you could do it first, if the council chambers are available, you can do it first thing in the morning and get it out of the way, or whatever's best for council. But I would ask council that you do not conflate this with the budget process.
Mr. Shelby, as the chairman, I respect your opinion and will follow your guidance if that's the case, sir. Ms. Dingford, you're recognized.
Okay. Well, I think we can follow Mr. Shelby's opinion, but move forward on Monday anyway, because didn't you just say, Martin, that we could have a special call meeting before the 5 o'clock budget meeting?
Yes.
And if that's the case, then my motion would be exactly that at 4:45, the vote's going to take 5 seconds. At 4:45, or 4:30, that we have,
You could
that
do
we have this vote.
You could do that. The risk for that is the notice for the special call meeting would not go out till sometime tomorrow. And frankly, the next meeting, then it's the following Monday.
But but there's no, the following Monday, what do you mean?
No, I'm talking about, for the 13th is a week from? No, it's this Monday.
This Monday.
Talking about
Right,
the 13th.
so a notice normally requires No less than 24 hours. 48 hours is acceptable. 72 hours is ideal. I suspect you are cutting it close in terms of notice, how quick we can get that notice out and posted for a Monday night, 4 o'clock meeting or 4:30 meeting? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
I think,
That's
for
fine,
time,
okay.
I would say 4, if we're gonna do it, I would say 4 o'clock.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman, based on, you have 11 candidates and you have 5 that are going to be recommended, and you may have 10 votes to get the 4 votes for 5 individuals.
And then again, some council members say they don't have all the information to read, and, you want to be fair to all the candidates and make sure we have their information. And I think that I'm leaning more to, gentlemen, to do the 24-hour notice, Mr. Shelby, and then come back on Monday at 4 o'clock and vote. That way we give the citizens, those who've applied, know that we actually looked and vetted the candidates, and the citizens know we did the right thing.
May I, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir. I have a question, and this may be unpopular. There were a couple of folks who were unable to make it, not the individual who didn't respond, but because of a conflict. Would council want to give these individuals 2 minutes or whatever to plead their case on Monday?
I don't have an issue with that. I mean, but
Probably want to start a little earlier.
I would say, Mr. Chairman, if there's one thing I'd ask the council not to, is anything that would interfere with the 5 o'clock start of the budget
Correct.
hearing, 5:01.
I just throw that out there.
are we comfortable if we did 3? I see Madam Deputy Clerk is in the room, and she's saying 3 o'clock. Is everyone comfortable with that Monday at 3 o'clock?
I've already got 3 appointments that I'm meeting here at City Hall for, starting at 1:30, going on till 2:30, then 3, and then now I can change my 4 o'clock.
So you want to do 3:30?
No,
And this is, may I, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think if we begin at 4 o'clock, allowing 2 people to speak for 2 or 3 minutes, with 2 minutes of questions, so long as we exhibit restraint and then try to just get everything done, we should be done in 30 minutes, or else your piece is free. I think 30 minutes is fine.
I mean, we only have a few. I believe that if we start on time at 4 o'clock, if you let those few that didn't get a chance to speak, give them their 3 minutes, I believe we can get a vote in and be done before the 5:01. Is it 5:01 or is it 5 o'clock, Mr. Shelby?
It's 5:01.
Before the 5:01 special call for the budget. Any questions, gentlemen?
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized.
we're taking a lot of time discussing this. I will second Councilman Dingfelder's motion for 5 o'clock on Monday the 13th.
What
Well,
time?
Marty
No,
said we can't do
we can't do
5.
5 o'clock.
I mean, excuse me, I'm sorry, 4 o'clock on the 13th.
All right, Mr. Citro, Mr. Dingfelder made the motion, 4 o'clock special call for the interviews. Mr. Citro is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, let's move on.
Oh, and what do we decide about if they want to try and interview?
Yeah.
Are we going to do that?
Yeah, we're gonna go get
So
2
then
minutes.
advise the clerk of that.
Yeah, so they need to be here on time, ready to go. If they can't make it, please let us know so we can get in and out and move quickly.
Very nice of you, Mr. Vieira.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Kamara?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is our attorney still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you good with that, ma'am?
Yes, sir. I'll be available.
Let's just make sure that the clerk, we can coordinate with the clerk to make sure that all councilmen have all of the information in their boxes so they can review over the weekend and be ready to go.
I'll take care of that personally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, item number 2.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair,
Good
members
evening.
of City Council. This is Susan Johnson-Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. Item number 2 before you for consideration this evening is a report and recommendation of a special magistrate pursuant to Florida Statute Section 70.51. We commonly refer to as the Fludra Statute. This is a case that went before a special magistrate. Normally, well, in the recent past, you've seen these come before you in the form of a settlement agreement after we have been able to reach a mediated settlement with an applicant. This case, we were not able to reach a mediated settlement, and so we did have a hearing before the special magistrate. And following that hearing, the magistrate found, as is detailed in his report and recommendation, that the city council's denial of the subject rezoning was not unreasonable and did not unfairly burden the property, and recommended that the city council's decision to deny remain undisturbed. So before you this evening is a related resolution asking council to accept the recommendation of the special magistrate in order to comply with all of the statutory requirements under FLUDRA and close out this matter.
All right, we have a resolution for recommendation by the clerk's office and the magistrate. Motion, to move, Mr. Carlson?
Yes, do I need to read it? Or?
What'd you say, we have an applicant? We have an applicant for this? Okay.
Are we allowing speaker on this, Ms. Shelby? Or Ms. Johnson-Velez?
Yes, yes, sir.
Someone is registered for opposition.
For item number 2? Okay,
My suggestion is you hear them.
okay, we'll hear them. You have them, Madam Clerk?
This is Pamela Joe. I don't know if you can hear me.
Are they on
On video? We need your camera on, ma'am.
All right,
Okay,
there it is.
all right.
This is Pamela Joe Hatley. I represent Frank Gay. He's the property owner of 3711 West Neptune. I didn't realize this would be a consent item. Mr. Gay is in opposition to the rezoning, and he urges council to adopt the special magistrate's recommendation that the denial of the rezoning remain undisturbed. That's all. Thank you.
So your client was in opposition to the zoning?
That's correct. So
Okay.
he would support a motion to
Okay.
allow the denial of the rezoning to remain in effect.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
one other question, Mr. Chair?
You're recognized, sir.
Susan Johnson-Velez, I don't mean to put y'all in a position or anything, but does the legal department have a recommendation in light of the magistrate's suggestion or recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Dingfelder. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. The statute requires council to take action on the special magistrate's recommendation by either accepting the recommendation, modifying it, or rejecting it. The resolution before you this evening, given that the magistrate's recommendation was to not disturb your prior decision, is to accept that recommendation.
And
In other words, the denial of the rezoning would remain.
right, I understand that, but is the legal department chiming in on this one way or the other?
No, sir, we are not. We are just presenting the recommendation for your consideration.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
We have anybody to speak on this item?
That was it.
All right, do we need to move to close or anything?
I don't think
It's not
so.
a public hearing.
No.
It's not a public hearing.
Mr. Carlson has
Yeah, I'll move,
Second.
move the resolution.
moved it. Mr. Citro has seconded. Need a roll call on that.
Yes, please.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
And just for clarification, this is to accept the magistrate's recommendation, and I vote yes.
and Golds.
Yes,
Motion carried unanimously.
thank you.
Thank
Somebody
you.
open the public hearings, items 3 through 10.
Moved. Second.
Mr. Citro's open, Mr. Miranda is second. All in favor? Any opposed? We're now open, gentlemen. Item number 3.
Mr. Chairman.
Thanks so much.
You're recognized,
I'm sorry,
Mr.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carlson's leaving, but I'm just wanted to remind council that if there have been any ex parte communications, or any perhaps site visits, that you disclose them during the course of the hearings or at the start of the hearings and prior to your vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Shelby,
Yes.
in opening my emails about an hour ago, I saw a whole sling of emails that said something, I didn't even open them and I didn't read them. That's not tonight? Okay. All
Well,
right.
my suggestion would be, counsel, and thank you for bringing that to my attention, you have not read them, and so you would not know at this point.
Yeah, I saw the heading. The heading said something about Beach Park.
Okay.
But apparently, Mr. Maniscalco's indicated to me,
This is not
Mr.
Beach Park.
Citro's indicated to me that's not tonight.
Okay, and my suggestion would be, generally speaking, please do not open or read any emails that you receive or communications that you receive outside of the public hearing that, would have to then be disclosed and made available to a petitioner, an applicant, and be the cause of a continuance. Yes.
Unless they get in the box, right?
No. The thing is, they really, an applicant under the law needs to know ex parte communications before they go into a hearing, because they need to be able to rebut it before your vote.
Right, but what I'm saying is if once they're in the quasi-judicial box that we call it, okay?
And the deadline for the quasi-judicial box has passed perhaps maybe 24 hours ago, if not longer, maybe perhaps 48 hours ago.
Right. Okay.
So that's why we have to be concerned about that. But thank you for raising that issue.
Item number 3. Ms.
Thank you so much,
Velez?
Hussein Hussein.
All right.
Thank you so much, Hussein Hussein, Development
Sworn in?
Coordination. Can I please be sworn in with my staff?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. First thing, we have one housekeeping item. Item number 6 on the agenda at 18600 and 18700 Highwoods Preserve Parkway. They are requesting a continuance to 11/18.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
You're recognized, sir.
Yes, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Have you looked at what is available on the 18th of November in terms of slotted openings for a continuance?
Yes, we have.
Madam Clerk, what are we looking at on the 18th? I want to make sure we still stay in our window there.
Mr. Hussein might know. Do you know, Mr. Hussein, if there is an opening?
Brian Manaski with Development Coordination. Good evening, Council. 11/18 right now, we have 12 cases. This would be 2 continued and 10 rezonings. So this would be a 3rd continued.
A total of 13 then, Mr. Chairman.
Is it our limit 11?
It's 10 with 3 continued, sir.
What is another date, Mr. Menez, besides the 18th?
Let's see, 12/9, we have a total of 10 cases, 9 rezonings and 1 CPA, so a total of 10.
Gentlemen, any objections to 12/9? You want to keep it 11/18?
Is the applicant here? Is the applicant available?
Yes, he is. He's registered.
I suggest we discuss that with the applicant, just so we know if that's, they're available before you set the date.
We have the applicant.
Should be Chris McNeil.
You don't have him up yet.
Which item is this?
Number 6, yeah. Madam Clerk, we have him?
Yes, he's logged on. Chris, if you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can't hear you, but we need your camera on.
Okay, there we go.
All right, we have him.
Thank you.
Ms. McNeil, we're looking at some dates for your continuance, and the 18th seems to be pretty full. So we're looking at 12/9/2021.
Yes, sir, we would be available that evening.
All right. Motion to continue for 12/9/21.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman?
You recognize, Mr. Shelby.
Would we do that, and this is something I should discuss with council, could we do that at 5:01? Or do you want to, through the end of the year,
We
5:01?
can do 5:01, yes, sir.
Yes.
5:01. That's fine. I think Mr. Miranda moved it. Mr. Dingfellow seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried for the continuance for 12/9/21.
If I can, Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized, sir.
Thank you. Just a reminder that a lot of people have been registered for public comment on this. This item now is continued, so they no longer have to stay online and be available. And just a reminder that they will not receive any additional notice of the continuance, other than what you've heard today, that it's been continued to December 9th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. Thank you.
So for those folks who are on, for item number 6, which were 31 people, this item has been continued to December 9th, 2021 at 5:01 p.m. Thank you. Zane, anything else, sir?
That's it.
All right, so we'll go to item number 3.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein here, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 3, case SU 220-08. This is requesting a special use 2 for a school located at 4626, 4630, 4601, and 4611 North Rome Avenue. Now pass it along to Danny Collins with the Planning Commission.
Hi, this is Danny Collins. Can you share my screen, please? Everyone see my screen?
We can see your screens. Nope, not yet. See you. Madam Clerk, is that on our end or his end? We can see your screen.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Wellswood neighborhood. Wellswood Park is the closest public recreation facility, being located a half mile to the north of the subject site. The closest transit stop is located adjacent to the subject site on North Rome Avenue. The subject site is not within an evacuation zone, and the subject site is within the coastal high hazard area. This site is actually within evacuation zone A. This is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject site surrounded by predominantly residential uses to the north, east, and south, and it's along the Hillsborough River. Here is the adopted future land use map. Currently, the subject site's recognized under the public, semi-public future land use designation. There is residential 10 to the north and to the west of Rome Avenue. There is R35 to the south of the subject site. The Tampa Catholic High School campus has been at the current location of the subject site since 1968. It is an established piece of campus community fabric. The special use 2 request is to allow the development of a new performing arts building on the northwestern portion of the campus, and this will not adversely affect the surrounding single-family detached residential uses. Tampa Catholic High School has demonstrated adequate buffering and screening from the abutting residential uses to the south, with the 4-foot drainage easement being provided as well. The southern portion of the campus is also used for parking in open space, providing a sensitive transition to those single-family detached uses. While the campus is established piece of Tampa's community fabric, the policy direction of the comprehensive plan encourages non-residential uses to remain sensitive and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. And this proposed special use 2 request meets this policy direction. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? Any questions, Mr. Collins? Thank you, sir. Zane, you're up.
Thanks so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Thank you so much. SU 220-08, the applicant and representative is Mark Bentley. Address is 4262, 4630, 4601, and 4611 North Rome Avenue. It is being proposed is from a RS60 residential single family to a school special use. The one waiver is section 27-290.1 to increase the fence height from a maximum of 6 feet to 8 feet. As you see the site plan here, you'll see the overhead view of the properties. You'll see the west campus here being parcel A, and the east campus here being parcel B. In parcel A, you'll see the new Performing Arts Center, and that's what the special uses 2 is for. Parcel A consists of 11.4 acres, while parcel B consists of 21.74 acres. Parcel A over here is surrounded by RS60 zoning on all sides, and parcel B to the right here is consisting of RS60 zoning around the site, minus to the south, you'll have RM24, as you see on the next slide, RM24. Access to the site is along North Rome Avenue, goes right through the middle of both sites. As you see to the north, you have West Louisiana Avenue. To the south, you have River Drive and West Johnson Avenue. To the west, you have multiple in neighborhood streets, and also, as Danny said, the Hillsborough River comes over here to the east. As I went out to the site, I couldn't access the whole entire site, but I got to where I could, and on parcel A, you'll see the front entrance, and back there is the new addition. Site parcel B, you'll see the Tampa Catholic High School structure. To the south of the site of parcel B, you'll see that residential multifamily, as you see, the West Shore Crossing. And to the west of parcel B and south of parcel A, you'll see that residential single-family homes all throughout the streets. To the north of parcel B and east of parcel A, you'll see that residential single-family homes along the street also. The Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the petition and finds the request consistent with the applicable City of Tampa land development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the waivers and application, further modifications to the site plan must be completed between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, gentlemen? Any questions? All right, we'll hear from the applicant. Mr. Bentley?
Yep. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of council. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. I have been sworn. I represent the Diocese of St. Petersburg as well as Tampa Catholic High School. They're seeking a special use permit or an amendment to their existing special use permit to allow for the construction of a multimedia performing arts center located on the western portion of their campus on the west side of Rome. The new building would be approximately 36,500 square feet and would replace an administration building that consists of about 10,000 square feet. So the net increase would be about 27,000 square feet, more or less. It's important to note that there is a cap on the number of students, and this cap will be maintained. It's a total of 900 students, so this won't change in connection with this permit. The typical enrollment at TC is about 728 to 750 students, and I think this semester they have 728. So the primary purpose of the new building is to allow the entire student body to assemble in one location for Holy Mass on a monthly basis and school functions, which are now being conducted on the east side of the campus in the gymnasium. So that's very important to their mission. The new building will also include offices and a media and art rooms. So with no increase in enrollment, there will be no additional traffic nor any additional parking requirements. As a matter of fact, 171 spaces are required and TC provides 353. There will also be special events at the school such as plays and performances, and per the principal Robert Lee's, historically these events draw about 250 persons. In terms of general requirements required for a special use permit under Chapter 27, staff has determined that the application meets the general requirements of the code as well as the specific criteria pertaining to schools. Planning Commission staff, you heard from Danny, they found it, and I quote, compatible are comparable and compatible with the existing development pattern and consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. If you'd like, and I know it seems like a lot of people are interested in what's going on at Raymond James tonight, but if you'd like, I can go through the general standards one by one, but I think the staff has covered it pretty well unless you have any questions concerning meeting or qualifying for those standards. So in summary, the city staff finds the application completely consistent with some minor revisions to the site plan between now and second reading. There'll be no increase in enrollment or any additional traffic generated by the additional building. Planning Commission finds the application consistent with the comp plan. And we would respectfully request the City Council's approval. If you have any questions, certainly I'll attempt to answer those.
Any questions for Mr. Bentley or the applicant? Any questions, gentlemen? Being none, we'll move on to anyone else. We have anybody on the second floor for this item?
Eileen Rosario, Planning and Development. We have 3 people here that would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen.
And they've all been sworn in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, if it's
Mr.
not,
Bentley?
I could do this on rebuttal, I guess. So I was going to show you actually the facility and the location, but
Wait, I'm sorry, when you told me you were done, Mr. Ben, that's why I asked the councilman if they had any questions, so that's why I know you were wrapping up. I'm sorry. But I'll let you, if you need time, I'll go ahead and give you your
okay.
time now.
No, just take 10 seconds.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I should have gone over this with you. On the Elmo, here's a picture, a rendering of the proposed Performing Arts Center. Might be up to 40, 42 feet in height. And I simply wanted to show you, and I wasn't sure if you caught that, is the existing building that's going to be demolished is located where I'm pointing right now, and that's about 10,000 square feet. And the new center will be located right there. So that's it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. All right, well,
Good evening. My name is Robert Lees. I'm the principal at Tampa Catholic High School. Thanks for taking the time and considering our request this evening. I just want to say 3 quick points about this project. Mr. Bentley indicated first and foremost that our student population is static, and this project has nothing to do with increasing any traffic or student increase in population. From my point of view as principal, one of the biggest issues is improving student safety. As he mentioned, we gather as a school community for mass and assemblies and other things currently in our gymnasium, which is on the east side of campus, requiring us to cross North Rome Avenue as a student body, all 730 of us. This will eliminate that safety concern, which is something that we've been doing for years, but it certainly would be an added benefit to our campus. And as our school has been around this area since 1962, we are in the process of upgrading facilities that are, nearly 60 years old. This would be the 3rd upgrade, a significant upgrade to the neighborhood and the community, improving our facilities and also improving the aesthetics of the neighborhood by demoing old buildings and replacing them with more functional, efficient buildings, and also bringing, I think, a greater sense of beauty to the community. Thanks again for your consideration, and we appreciate your time.
thank you, sir. Anybody else with your people, Mr. Bentley? Is that it, sir? Mr. Bentley, is that it for your folks?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Eileen, you can bring those other folks on down, please.
They don't want to speak. They changed their mind.
They changed their mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay, all right. Do we have anybody on line for this item, Madam Clerk?
We did have 2 registered speakers. Karen Patterson did not log on, and Keith Diaz, he is logged on, but it seems like he's on the mobile device.
Okay. Yes,
Sir?
Miss Eileen?
I am very sorry, but there is one more person who just...
All right, we'll bring her to the podium. The lecture, please.
Hi. My name is Karen Patterson, and I live at 1510 Park Lane, which abuts the east portion of the campus. And the reason I'm here today, I am not opposed to the building of a performing arts center. I think it will be an asset to the school. I do have a question though, because if it's 36,500 square feet and they're only expecting to draw 250 people to events when they have over 700 students, I kind of find that a little bit difficult to understand. One of my concerns, and I did send letters to City Council, was the traffic, because on my street, there are 3 streets, River Lane, Park Lane, and River Shore Way. There are 111 homes with one exit onto Rome Avenue directly across from the exit to their parking lot. This creates horrific traffic at dismissal and at drop-off in the morning. It creates a hazard for emergency vehicles getting in and out of our 3 streets. What they failed to look at was putting an exit to the parking lot onto Wishart Avenue. Tampa Catholic is at the intersection of Rome and Wishart. On the Wishart side, there are 3 streets as well: Darby, Mendenhall, and El Paso. Those 3 streets don't have 111 houses. On the first block of those 3 streets, there are only 37 homes. And all of those 3 streets have an alternate exit. We only have one exit on Rome Avenue. So all I'm asking is that the Diocese of St. Petersburg, City Council, and Tampa Catholic reconsider the traffic and the exiting of the traffic from those parking lots. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am, for your
Thank you for
comments.
letting me speak. And I did have a question. Can I ask a question or no?
She still have time, Madam Clerk?
How
Give her-
many
give her-
people does it seat, is what I want to know. And I think it's a great idea, but I
Mr. Ramsey,
just
her
want to
question
know
was
how many people
will the auditorium seat?
the
Was
facility
that your
seats.
question, ma'am?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe Mr. Bentley can answer that in rebuttal. Do we have anybody else to speak on this item, Ms. Eileen? I see it, no. We have anybody else registered to speak on this item?
No one else.
Mr. Bentley, your time, sir.
Okay, hey, thank you very
Mis-
much.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Shelby, you recognize.
Yes, if the prior speaker could just return to her seat and watch it on the screen, that would be
All right, she's going
appropriate. Thank you.
It's getting pretty cramped in here, but just to address a couple of these points, the enrollment here again hasn't changed, it's still capped, so nothing with respect to transportation impacts is going to change. The capacity for the new performing arts facility is 735 fixed seats. As I mentioned, the student population is roughly 750 more or less, so for monthly mass and things like that, certain school events, there'd be capacity. What I meant to say is when they have a play or like a band performance and things like that, they generally draw about 250 people for a special event. I think you all received emails from Transportation and your legal department that as a result of the driveway locations being approved by the city and there not being any substantial change to the campus, is that the driveways are permitted to be located in their present location. And we've hired a transportation engineer, and he's evaluated the circulation and movement out there, the way things are handled. And really, from our perspective, there really isn't any problem. And he's here if you'd like to ask him any questions. It's Michael Yates. So that's kind of the long and the short of it. Nothing's really changed. We've just added this new building, no more students. So once again, we'd appreciate your consideration and approval tonight. Thanks a lot.
Any questions, Mr. Bentley? Mr. Maniscalco, you recognize, sir?
Yes, sir. In regards to the speaker that was up here, was that in regards to the pickup and drop-off in the morning and in the afternoon? Is that what she was referring to? The car line on, Rome and Wishart and all that?
Okay, I was concerned about drop-off and dismissal. But with the Performing Arts Center, I mean, that's where functions are going to be held. If the gymnasium's being in use, that's where school functions are going to be held. There is not a single exit from the parking lot onto Wishart Avenue when there's only 37 houses on the first 3 blocks, and they all have alternate exits for the residents or emergency vehicles to use. Right now, there are 4 entrance and exits to Tampa Catholic on Rome Avenue. And again, I said there's 111 houses with 1 exit onto Rome Avenue. And first of all, when they planned the 3 exits from the West Campus, it was very poor planning because one of them is directly across from our street, from River Shore Way. And that River Shore Way, the people who exit Tampa Catholic don't realize that the people on the street have the right-of-way before people in a parking lot. So I challenge y'all to come and try it yourself. Someday at dismissal, or someday when there's a special event and they park cars all in there at night for football games and what else. You know, I just think it's a safety concern, and I think it's utter disrespect.
Did that address your question,
for
Mr.
the people on the
Maniscalco?
3 streets.
Yeah, yeah.
Address your concern, sir?
And is the school taking any action on mediating that? And I mean, now that
Yeah, Mr. Maniscalco, I can't see where you are, but anyhow,
I'm a ghost.
there's 200 students who drive to school. They're mostly seniors and juniors. About 70% of students stay after for athletics or extracurricular activities. Schools only received 1 complaint this year, and there's usually a ramp-up time with the freshmen and the parents on Rome. Once they learn the system, it operates very smoothly. Believe me, I've been out there. There's 178 10th graders, and I think 25% of the school population, and they use Wishart, okay, exclusively. And then the 9th grade pretty much uses the Rome. Excuse me?
That was the drop-off, not the
Continue, Mr. Bentley.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Patterson keeps kind of whispering in my ear here, so it's kind of
If
distracting.
Ms. Eileen can tell Ms. Patterson she's had her time, and Mr. Bentley, you can continue,
Okay,
sir.
and then what I'd like to do, just to seal this, I know Ms. Johnson Velez is participating in the hearing, and I think she's familiar with the issue about the driveways being vested. But I'd like to bring up Michael Yates, the traffic engineer, and he can just give you a thumbnail sketch. We spent a lot of money and time analyzing the circulation problem, so if you wouldn't mind, and just indulge me 1 minute, Mr. Chairman. Mike, would you go over it, please?
Good evening, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. Can you see the site plan in front of you on the screen?
Not yet, sir.
On the monitors?
Yes.
We see it now, sir.
Okay. I'll go through very quickly with you the site circulation and how it functions today, and went out there and did observations during both dismissal and drop-off, and I can go through all those operations with you. This is the drop-off on Wishart. They come in. This is for 10th grade. They come in here and then exit here. This is the existing signal at Rome and Wishart. This is the entry for the school. They have 3 lanes for drop-off. Basically, they drop off on the 2, and then they have the center one to bypass. They exit at the southern end of the site. This is an exit only. And then this is the gated access. This is the exit only that aligns with the River Shore Way, which the lady spoke to earlier. But it is really designed to empty only this parking lot, where this half of the seniors park. The remaining, everyone else who picks up and drops off, exits at this location. And then there is also a parking at the gymnasium facility, and they exit to the south.
We did observations during the drop-off and pickup, and basically what we observed is during the dismissal times, there was no more than one car in queue during the entire dismissal. There was really no delay, and the majority of the parking lot was empty within 5 minutes of the 3 o'clock dismissal. So by 3:05, the majority of the parking lot was emptied. There was no delay experienced to the people leaving River Shore Way. During the morning, we had just minor queuing that occurred a couple of times that queued through here. It takes about 7 cars to queue up to River Shore Way from the entry here, and it just occurred for 3 separate occasions, one at 7:52, one at 8:01, and one at 8:02. But they were less than 30 seconds of queuing, and the River Shore Way never had more than 2 cars in queue, and they were both able to leave within 45 seconds of arrival at the stop sign. So I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have, but we did look at it, make sure that it was operating
Any questions for the gentleman?
Nope, that's good. Thank you very much.
All right. All right, gentlemen, being no more questions,
Move to
we've
close.
heard-
Does Mr. Bentley have any final comments? that you
No,
wish-
just once again, appreciate your consideration. I've been out there, and these kids want to get out of there, and they operate with the speed and agility and precision of a Marine battalion. And I can say that I was in the Marines for a while, so it operates very smoothly. I was very impressed. Appreciate it.
Move to close.
Ms. Maniscalco's moved to close, Mr. Carlson is seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Ms. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance approving a special use permit SU2, approving a school in an RS60 residential single-family zoning district in the general vicinity of 4626, 4630, 4601, and 4611 North Rome Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing an effective date. I believe there was one waiver, and the applicant has shown by the engineering reports, the verbal report, site plan, everything is in order. That's it.
Maniscalco's moved it, Mr. Carlson is seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Vieira,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Appreciate it.
Item number 4.
Thanks so much, San Hussein Development Coordination here. Agenda item number 4, case SU2 21-04, is requesting a special use 2 for a drive-in window or restaurant drive-in for the property located at 17519 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard.
Zane, I'm
Now,
sorry,
Vessel.
we got fire engines and all kind of stuff going downstairs. IT, could we get a little volume on them, please, because we couldn't hear a thing. Try it again, Zane.
No problem.
There we go.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4, case SU2 21-04. This is requesting a special use 2 for a drive-in window or restaurant drive-in for the property located at 17519 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. I have Danny Collins on the line from the Planning Commission. Danny?
Hi, can you share my screen?
Somebody mute their, thank you.
Somebody's watching TV.
Can you see my screen?
We got your screen.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the New Tampa Planning District, and more specifically, it's within the Richmond Place neighborhood. The nearest transit stop is located to the south of the subject site at the corner of Bruce B. Downs Boulevard and Donovan Michelle Drive. This Bruce B. Downs is a transit emphasis corridor. The subject site is not within an evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. This is Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. Commercial uses are present along this portion of Bruce B. Downs. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the Community Commercial 35 future land use designation. That CC 35 is found all along the south side of Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. Through an assessment of character of the area, the Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed request is consistent with this development pattern. The subject site is adjacent to 3 commercial uses, with 2 being restaurants and 1 being a bank to the south. All 3 of those have currently have drive-through windows. The proposed drive-in window would be comparable and compatible with this development pattern. The proposed request attempts to implement many of the pedestrian connectivity policies within the comprehensive plan and is consistent with the long-range development pattern anticipated under the CC 35 designation. The Planning Commission staff recommends that the applicant provide a pedestrian connection from Bruce B. Downs Boulevard to the entrance of the restaurants, provide a bike rack on the site plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? Hearing none. Mrs. Zane?
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. I'll go ahead and share my screen. Go over case SU2 21-04. The applicant and representative is David Mechanic. Property address at 17519 Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. This proposing from a PDA, planned development alternative, to a drive-in window or restaurant drive-in window. There are no proposed waivers here. As you look at the aerial view, you'll see the property outlined here in red. The proposed special use approval contains 1.95 acres and is currently occupied by a convenience store with gas pumps right here where the cursor is. The property is located at the corner of Bruce B. Downs and also North Palms Village Place intersection. The existing development has access to the site from Bruce B. Downs through North Palm Village Place. Overhead look at the site plan of what is existing, and then also showing the proposed drive-through addition right here, where my cursor is. As I went out to the site, I will show you the convenience store here as you first look at it. To the southwest of the site, you have multiple restaurants. You have Chick-fil-A there. You have a couple other food entities in that location. And to the north of the site, you have a new development, supermarket, Aldi's, right there to the north of the site, across Bruce B. Downs. The development review and compliance staff has reviewed the petition, and the request is found consistent with the City of Tampa land development regulations. It should be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the waivers and application. Further modifications to the site plan must be made between first and second reading. There are no waivers on file. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Mr. McCarron.
Thank you. I am here on behalf of the applicant, and
Sorry, you've been sworn in, David?
no, actually, I have not.
Do you have any folks with you?
Yes, I do. Elizabeth Rodriguez, the transportation planner, and Robbie Allure, the engineer.
All right, if they can come up on the screens, we'll swear them in too. We've got Elizabeth, and who else?
Ravi did not log on.
Robbie
Okay,
didn't log
well,
on, David.
Okay.
Just the two of us then.
Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
All right, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Dingfelder. The staff did a very good job of describing this request. I'll just want to point out a few things. The only thing we are requesting tonight is the addition of a drive-through window. The convenience store with gas pumps has already been there, and we are not proposing any changes to the access or to the site layout other than to add the drive-through lane, which queues to the back and then the north side of the building. We agree with all the changes recommended to be made on the site plan between first and second reading. I would just note that the staff found the application to be consistent with the land development code, and the planning commission staff recommended that consistent with the comprehensive plan. We have asked for no waivers. I'll just briefly address the standards that an applicant must address in its application. These are found on page 3 and page 4 of the staff report. These standards all relate to the use which is being proposed. In this case, we are not changing the use. It will continue to be a convenience store with gas pumps. The only change being that we will add the drive-through window. The analysis shows that the addition of the drive-through window has a nominal impact, and therefore our proposal meets all of the standards that are listed on page 3 and 4. And again, I think your staff has also concluded that we met those standards. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from Mr. Mechanic, the applicant? Ms. Defoe, you recognize.
Mr. Mechanic, have you heard from anybody that you noticed or the neighborhood association, if there is one?
No, we have not heard anything from anyone, and I would note that the property is surrounded on all sides by commercial uses.
Thank you, sir.
So we would not be expecting a neighborhood to be involved in something like this.
Anyone else for the applicant?
May I, Mr. Chair?
You are recognized, Ms. Vera.
Thank you, sir. So I want to be clear on this, Mr. Mechanic. This is going to be a drive-through addition to the existing gas station that's there next to the Chick-fil-A?
Yes, yes, sir.
Just out of curiosity, this has no basis on my vote. This has a clear report from planning and City of Tampa. What's the drive-through going to be for? What?
Well, right now, the proposed tenant is a gourmet coffee establishment. So it'll be simply another opportunity for people to stop and fuel up before they head on the road to work.
Cool. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else for the applicant? All right. Anyone to speak on this item? Second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen. Anybody registered for this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Move to close. Mr. Scott has moved it. Ms. Citro, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mr. Carlson, can you do number 4 for us, please, sir?
Sure, I'd like to move file number SU 22104, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance approving a special use permit, SU 2, approving a drive-in window or a restaurant drive-in window in a PDA, Plan Development Alternative zoning district in the general vicinity of 17519 Bruce P. Downs Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and as more particularly described in section 1 hereof, providing effective date.
Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, Viera,
Yes.
Cedro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
and Goose.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Item number 5.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 5, case REZ 20-86, is requesting a rezone from the property located at 2715 West Tampa Bay Boulevard, requesting a rezone from a PD to PD, commercial off-street parking, or business professional office. I'll now pass it along to Danny Collins with the Planning Commission.
Can you share my screen? Everyone see my screen?
We can see your screen, sir.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Tampa Heights neighborhood. The subject site is also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest public park to the subject site is Capez Park, being located a half mile to the south of the site. The closest transit stop is located 2 blocks to the east of the site on North Armenia Avenue. The subject site is in a level E evacuation zone. Here is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. It's on the north side of West Tampa Bay Boulevard, and just to the east of North Havana Avenue. You'll see the surrounding development patterns predominantly residential in character. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is currently recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. The residential 20 is found along this portion of West Tampa Bay Boulevard. To the north of the subject site in this tan color is residential 10. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Both options being presented today would be developed in a manner that is sensitive and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Both options support the walk-bike network by providing bike facilities on the site plan. Furthermore, option 2 is consistent with the commercial locational criteria for neighborhood commercial uses as described in the comprehensive plan and is consistent with the intensity anticipated under that residential 20 future land use designation. Under option 2, the applicant is proposing just under 1,500 square feet of non-residential uses. The plan development provides a pedestrian pathway connecting the parking area to the entrance to the building, but the pathway does not connect to the sidewalk along West Tampa Bay Boulevard. To ensure consistency with land use policy 15.2.6, which encourages building entrances to connect to public sidewalks, Planning Commission staff would strongly recommend that the applicant connects the pathway to the sidewalk on West Tampa Bay Boulevard between first and second reading. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right. Zane?
Thank you so much. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Case REZ 20-86. The applicant and representative is Stephen Michelini. Property address is 2715 West Tampa Bay Boulevard. Request for rezone from PD, Plan Development Office Business Professional, to PD, Plan Development Office Business Professional, or commercial off-street parking. As you see, there is one previously approved waiver, Z07-20. This is to reduce the required buffer from 15 feet with 6-foot masonry wall to 15 feet with 6-foot PVC fence. That was also already approved. And now there's 2 waivers requested here. There's 2 options. As of section 27-284.3.3, for option 1, to reduce the landscape area buffer on the north side from 15 feet with 6-foot masonry wall to 9 feet with 6-foot PVC fence. And on the east side from 15 feet with 6-foot masonry wall to 5 feet with 6-foot PVC fence. And then the second option, option 2, to reduce the landscape buffer on the north side from 15 feet with 6-foot masonry wall to 6 feet with 6-foot PVC fence, and on the east side of the property from 15 feet with 6-foot masonry wall to 3 feet with 6-foot masonry wall. As you can see, overhead view, aerial view of the property outlined here in red. You'll see to the west, you'll see the commercial establishments. You have option A and option 1 and option 2. Option 2 has already been approved, as I was saying, and option 1 is being proposed at this time. Option 1 is for the commercial off-street parking here of the establishment to the west side, and then option 2 is for the business professional office here that's already been approved. The proposed use of the commercial off-street parking will serve the existing commercial restaurant use located to the west here. And also both options are for vehicular entries to the south to the site of the West Tampa Bay Boulevard to the south. The total lot area is approximately 5,300 square feet and is located at the north side of the West Tampa Bay Boulevard, east side of North Urbana Avenue, and west of North Tampania Avenue. As I went out to the site, you can see the subject site right here. Waiting a moment. And to the south of the site, you'll see the residential single family. To the west of the site, you'll see the commercial establishment, the cafe. And to the east of the site, you'll see the residential single family. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of the City Council to approve the application, further modifications must be made between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions if needed. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Council. Steve Michelini. This property is currently, I'm sorry?
Been sworn, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
If you'll look at your overhead, this is a subject property with the red dot in it, and it previously was approved for a business and professional office that Zane pointed out to you. The request is to allow commercial off-street parking, which principally would serve the restaurant here, which is Arco Iris. It previously, at least in the recent past, it had been used as a parking lot, but upon investigation, it was discovered that the PD that currently exists on that parcel did not allow for commercial parking. So what we're asking to do is to revest the existing PD, which is the business and professional office, and to add commercial off-street parking as a permitted use. It will provide 9 parking spaces and 1 ADA space. The office building would be approximately 1,492 square feet with a maximum of 30 feet and 2 stories. But the real focus here is to provide legal off-street parking for a restaurant. If you can see the cars that are lined up here along the side of the building and also in the front of the building, back into the right-of-way, which are not considered to be legal parking spaces according to the code. So this would allow the off-street parking to relieve some of that congestion and also provide for legal spaces that would be off-site. The commercial parking must be adjacent to and not separated from the street right-of-way for the commercial use, and it meets that criteria. It also must be located as an office or commercial district for that district, and it meets that criteria. The parking shall be based on the commercial use of that site and not provide any adverse impact. It meets that criteria as well. Commercial parking shall be screened from adjacent residential uses, and we're proposing screening as Zane has pointed out. You have to recognize the unique conditions, and a lot of these smaller restaurants are in a very congested area, and most of them lack legal off-street parking. So this would recognize that condition and help to resolve it. Promote the efficient and substantial use of the land. This parcel has been vacant for quite some time, and it is immediately adjacent to the restaurant that proposes to use it. Encourage the flexible land development and reduce transportation needs. This would reduce the potential conflicts of cars backing into the roadway. It would not eliminate it entirely, but it would reduce that. Promote and encourage development where appropriate in locations and character. It also meets that criteria. Promote the architectural features and elements. This, as I said, retains the previously approved PD for a professional office, and it also provides for the parking that would be required for that building in the event that it was ever developed. The design of the proposed development is unique and therefore needs waivers. This is a relatively small site. As the staff has pointed out, it's 5,300 square feet. And so there are unique conditions that really are driving the need for the waivers. They would not substantially interfere with the rights of others on the property. Those of you that have been to this location recognize the fact that the cars are parking in different directions, and it's not always easy to access. The waiver is in harmony and serves the general intent and purpose of the chapter. This would provide some relief for an existing viable established commercial building. And allow the waiver would be substantial justice would be done. The staff of both the city and the Planning Commission have found it to be consistent. We are willing to make the changes as requested between first and second reading should the council accept and approve this on first reading, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Any question from the applicant?
I just want to make clear to
You're
you,
recognized, sir.
between option one, what are we looking at, two options?
The existing PD is a professional office, and we're attempting to vest that. And the other option is to allow commercial off-street parking. So we had to identify both options, and we had to show on site plans how both of those options would function. So you have two site plans. One shows the commercial off-street parking, and one shows the professional office.
So, and which is the one you're going to build?
Well, we're asking to add them so that both would be allowed. Obviously, the commercial off-street parking would go away if the building was ever developed. But right now, we're just trying to add the commercial off-street parking.
I got, Mr. Moran, I heard your question. Maybe Mr. McCann didn't.
I understand. I'm looking at one, and they want to have parking, but they want to make it so that in case the parking goes away, they can build the building in the back. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Under option one is the commercial off-street parking, which we're trying to add as a permitted use.
Correct. All right.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right. Anyone here to speak on this item?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen. Anyone ready to speak on this item?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Move to close.
Ms. Scott, move to close. Ms. Citro,
I can tell you it's good eating.
Mr. Dingfelder has a question.
This is a question to, or sort of a question and a comment to Susan Johnsville and Mr. Shelby. About a year ago, we had this issue, and it's popped up again. Stephen, don't get uptight. I'm totally in favor of this additional parking area. But sort of on a very technical legal basis, Mr. Shelby, in the presentation by staff for this case, the staff report seemed to indicate that a prior waiver was somehow vested in this new application. That issue's come up about a year ago. Ms. Wells and I sort of seemed to disagree on that issue, but we agreed to circle back and talk about it at a future date. So, Mr. Shelby, I just wanted to put a bookmark in this, just as, like I say, as a future legal issue, because I'm not wholly convinced that prior waivers should be automatically vested for new PDs. And again, Mr. McElhaney, that's totally a side issue. I'm completely in support of this, and I wouldn't even wait for an answer from Mr. Shelby, because it's really not even a question, but just something we need to talk about down the road.
I'll put it into the file of things to bring back for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you.
All right, there was a motion to close, I believe, by Mr. Maniscalco. We will second by Mr. Citro. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. I believe Mr. Citro is on deck.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. File number REZ 20-86, an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance presenting the property in the general vicinity of 2715 West Tampa Bay Boulevard in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described Section 1 from Zoning District Classification, PD, Plan Development, Office, Business Professional, to PD, Plan Development, Office, Business, Professional, or Commercial, Off-Street Parking, providing an effective date along with the waivers. Revisions will be made between first and second reading. Compliance with the Land Use Development Code. It is in compliance with Land Use Development Code, Section 27-136. The proposed development, as shown on the site plan, promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, and capability with the surrounding neighborhood.
Second. Mr. Vieira has seconded. Roll call.
Carlson?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Vieira?
Yes.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
And Goods.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you very much, council.
Thank you, sir. We've taken care of item number 6 earlier. Item number 7. Staff?
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 7, case REZ 21-56. The applicant here is Demetrius Miller. The property is located at 301 West Francis Avenue. It is proposing a rezone from RM16 to PD, residential single family attached. Now I'll pass it along to Danny Collins with the Planning Commission.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, more specifically within the Tampa Heights neighborhood. It's also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest public recreation facility is Robert C. Gardner Park, which is located a quarter mile to the southeast of the subject sites. The closest transit stop is a quarter mile to the north of the subject site, the intersection of North Ola Avenue and West Columbus Drive. The subject site is not within an evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see the subject sites outlined in this purple color. It's in the northwest corner of North Ola Avenue and West Francis Avenue. You'll see by the aerial that residential uses predominantly surround the subject site. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is recognized under that residential 35 future land use designation. It's surrounded by that R35 on all sides. One block to the north of the subject site. On the west side of North Ola Avenue is our parcels recognized under the CMU 35 designation. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed density of the subject site is 21 units per acre, which is approximately 60% of the allowable density that can be considered on the subject site under that R35 designation. The proposed PD will encourage new housing on underutilized land within proximity to transit and employment services, which is consistent with the comprehensive plan's compact city form strategy. PD is also consistent with the city's policy direction with regard to urban villages, which seeks to direct the greatest share of growth to urban villages. 2 driveways are oriented along North Ola Avenue, and 1 driveway is oriented towards West Francis Avenue. The driveway for the remaining units will access the site from the 12-foot improved alley, which is encouraged by the comprehensive plan. Pedestrian entrances and front doors are oriented towards North Ola Avenue, which furthers the policy direction of the comprehensive plan. This design is also consistent with the policies that require buildings in urban neighborhoods maintain a consistent overall setback from the public right-of-way in order to create a pleasing definition to the public sidewalk and street. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission staff plans to request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, Jane?
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Case REZ 21-56. Applicant and representative is Demetrius Miller. The property is at 301 West Francis Avenue. This is proposing a rezone from RM16 residential multifamily to PD Planned Development residential single family attached. There's 1 proposed waiver here for natural resources to pay into the applicable planting tree trust fund for the mitigation trees that cannot be planted on the site. If you look at the aerial view of the whole entire site, you'll see the subject parcel outlined here in red. You'll see that it is at the northwest corner of West Francis Avenue. and also North Ola Avenue. The site is 0.2 acres here. The property is surrounded by single-family residential to the north, west, and south in the RM16 zoning, and single-family residential use to the east in the RM24 zoning. As we look at an overhead view of the site plan here, you'll see the 4 proposed units on the site. The project is proposed for one 3-story townhouse style residential building with a total of 4 dwelling units. Each one contains a 2-car garage inside. There are a total of 9 parking spaces, including 1 guest space, and the 9 parking spaces are required have been met. The vehicle access to the site is provided on an improved alleyway to the north, North Ola Avenue on the east side, and also West Francis Avenue to the south to each and every dwelling unit. As I went out to the site, you can see the subject parcel. To the east of the site, you see that residential single-family home I talked about. To the southeast of the site, you'll see the RM16 zoning with the residential multifamily. And to the west of the site, you also see that residential multifamily up and down the street here. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application. Further modifications must be made between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Zane, Mr. Dingfellow wants to be recognized.
Mr. Hussein, so go back to the couple of pictures of surrounding, because what I thought you said was it's surrounded on the north, south, east, and west by single-family detached, but then when you went to the picture, you started talking about something that's up and down the street that we couldn't see in the picture.
Yes, sir. To the northwest.
So let's start with the first part of it. On the northeast, south, and west of immediately adjacent to this site, is it detached single family or not?
Correct. It is single-family residential uses in the RM16 zoning to the north, west, and south.
And east. But the east
to the east is single-family residential use with the RM24 zoning district.
Okay, so the existing immediate neighbors are all single-family detached.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then when you made reference to other things going on up and down the street, unless you got pictures to show us that we couldn't see it.
Okay, I understand. This is the immediate site. These are the single-family homes up and down the street. Single-family up and down the street, but it's in the RM24 zoning. And single-family homes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Any other questions for Zane? All right, being none, we'll hear from the applicant.
Good evening.
Good to see you.
Okay, good, great, thank you. My name is Ralph Schuler. I have not
been. You can't
been.
see it yet, sir.
Okay.
You turn your camera on. There he is. Okay, so a second. There he is. All right.
There we go.
You can continue, sir.
My name is Ralph Schuler. I have not been sworn.
All right. Madam Clerk?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Again, Ralph Schuler, the agent at 2401 North Howard Avenue. I thank you this evening, Council, for your time. I'm here to present 301 West Francis, which is a new, exciting townhouse unit with a single-family attached project here in Tampa Heights. This project is located 2 blocks directly north of the Armature Works and the overall Heights development. Staff has reviewed our project and found it consistent from every department. Before I go through the site plan, I would like to review a brief history of the west side of Tampa Heights. Tampa Heights is defined as the west of Tampa Street east of Boulevard and south of Columbus is a unique neighborhood. For decades, it was ignored as a dumping ground for homelessness and social services. I experienced this firsthand as a 23-year resident of the Tampa Heights neighborhood and former neighborhood president. Today, with decades of investment of residents, now single-family residents, now large and small investors in Tampa Heights are experiencing a revolution. This began with, of course, Eulalie, Armature Works, and now small investors like my client, Wyatt. We are requesting a PD rezoning that is currently for a parcel that is very underutilized, the one-story small block house built in 1990. Now, with Renaissance comes change. Change at Tampa Heights is very dramatic for several reasons. First of all, as the Planning Commission has shown, this is an urban village. This entire neighborhood is CMU 35. It's slated for the last 40 years to become this. Now we're experiencing this change, and it is and can be somewhat dramatic. Here's the current zoning of the site. We are right on the edge on Ola and Francis here in the black box. Across the street is RM24. If we were one half block east, this development would not be before you tonight. We would be not requesting a PD, and we are only asking for one additional unit in the RM16 land use. We're going from 3 units to 4. As Mr. Collins had stated previously, we could have asked for 6 units based on the R35 future land use. We feel that this development is a sweet spot for the compatibility of the adjacent neighborhoods. We meet all primary structure setbacks in spirit on the south, east, and west, and in the north along the alley, we're just slightly below. But we're proposing 4 single-family attached units. All these would be for sale style tile units, and we think this is an appropriate use for this project and this building. Some of the, I'd like to show you what it looks like. Again, this is proposed to have 4 units. Each unit has its own garage. We have 2 units facing Ola, 1 unit facing the alley, and 1 unit facing Francis. We're proposing a low wall on 2 sides for each end unit to have a little bit of a yard, and the 2 middle units, based on the site plan, would have a backyard. We did meet with the neighborhood association, and specifically Brian Seal, the neighborhood president. He requested us investigate some other solutions, which we did. Mainly, the other solution was a rear alley access for these garages. We did investigate that solution, but transportation and natural resources were opposed to that solution.
Who did you say, sir? Excuse me, who did you say?
Transportation and natural resources.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Transportation requires at least a 24-foot turning radius into the units, and if we have at least a 7-foot setback here, and this laurel oak, which is to be retained, that drive aisle cannot get within that protected radius. All of those things made the ability to make a rear entrance garage impossible. The math just doesn't work. In meeting with transportation and natural resources, they agreed that this is a better solution. It meets all the requirements from city staff, and some of the I know we did meet with the Civic Association, and I know there's probably someone here to speak on that, but I think this is an attractive solution. We are not in a historic district. We are not in an overlay district. We meet the height restrictions, and there are many other projects similar to this being proposed and in under construction. I understand that change is difficult sometimes. I've lived in the neighborhood 23 years, but I understand that the neighborhood is going in one direction. It's going to be densified based on zoning and land use, and people want to live here. Let's face it. When I moved here 23 years ago, we did not have that ability. People it was a dumping ground for social services. Today, we're having people extremely excited to move into a place like this, and we ask for your support for this project. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant?
Yes.
Mr. Dingfellow, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Schuler. A couple of things. No, you can leave that up if you would.
Mm-hmm.
So it was suggested that these could be rear loaded, that the garages could be rear loaded. You're saying you don't have enough room on the back in order to make the turn?
Well, it's several reasons. The width of the property is 62 feet. You need 24-foot turning radius. I have a 15-foot radius here from this laurel oak that I cannot touch. It's on the adjacent property. You add the math up, it's physically impossible. I have about 8 feet left over to build a building.
Let me finish my question, if I could.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Right now, those units are smack dab in the middle of the property, you know, at least as far as units 2 and 3 are concerned. Why did you explore the possibility of sliding them forward toward Ola and entering the driveway from the south? And then that way that you could have rear loaded garages. I mean, you're an architect, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, isn't it more appealing and desirable to have rear loaded garages on these types of units, you know, from the street perspective, you know, and then you'd have more opportunity for front porches or for, you know, other types of amenities as opposed to large garage doors on the street.
Yes, I understand your concern, and
so it's a PD. You have a lot of flexibility in a PD. Why not move units 2 and 3 forward, maybe even unit 4 forward, and then slide the driveway in from the south?
Mr. Dingfellow, I respect your opinion. However, the math simply doesn't work, and then transportation would require us a hammerhead here. If to get around this laurel oak, I couldn't just stop. Also, I'm only about 10 feet here on the east. I can only slide a couple of, 7 feet would be the normal code requirements here.
Well, that's a normal code requirement. You've got a PD. You have a lot of flexibility. You say it's an urban neighborhood. Why not have an urban aesthetic where your building goes up closer to the street and you rear load those garages? I mean, is that something you looked at?
The ability to get 24 feet, Mr. Dingfellow, I appreciate your comment. To get to 24 feet here is just really impossible. The turning radius and then the size of those units would be, again, extremely small. Here would be 8 feet. Down here would probably be 20 feet. You'd basically get a garage, and that would be it on the first floor, which...
All right. So then my other question is, currently you have an RM16 zoning.
Correct.
Tomorrow you could have, with an RM16 zoning, you could have pulled permits for 3 units, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What's the necessity? What's the necessity for 4 units?
Well, the necessity is that we're, like anyone here in our urban village, we're looking at what the highest and best use is, but also we could have asked for 6 units.
But I mean,
I met with my client.
It's only an economic necessity, correct?
Well, he is a builder.
Okay. And how about mass? You obviously studied a lot more mass than I ever did in agriculture school, but you know, isn't the mass of 3 units significantly less than the mass of 4 units? And how is that consistent with the single-family homes that surround it? I mean, you've got potentially 4 units, 35 feet tall. I can't read the length or width of these things.
May I help you there?
Sure.
I think it's one unit is 24.4 by 36. There's another one 26 by 36, 26 by 36, and 24.4 by 36. I hope I'm right.
Your eyes are better than I am, Ms. Miranda. But bottom line is, Mr. Shula, it appears that you're putting a heck of a lot of mass on what was previously a single-family home lot. And it's still surrounded by single-family homes. And I don't understand how staff or you as a professional can say that those 4 units and the mass associated with those 4 units is consistent with the surrounding homes.
Well, then there's the challenge, and I, again, respect your opinion, Mr. Gingfelder, but for 40 years, this neighborhood has had this existing zoning. For many years, no one cared to live in Tampa Heights, for lack of a better word, and it was a dumping ground for social services and the homeless. Now, with everything that's happening, Tampa Heights is a hot market. This is going to continue to change and adapt. You know, some people call it a renaissance. Other people may call it a revolution. I call it the reality that this is going to be basically downtown when you get to Palm Avenue, and that the neighborhood, if we want it to remain single-family or duplex-oriented, we should investigate as a city to downgrade the zoning, but people are buying properties at exorbitant prices based on what they are allowed to build. And I think I understand there are residents who are concerned. I've talked to those residents myself, but I believe that this is a project that meets all the requirements. It is, as you said, I could build 3 units tomorrow and not come before you and still have all of the same solutions, but I think this is a good solution, and I respectfully think that this is a project that deserves
Mr. Dingfelder, can I
consideration.
jump in, Mr. Dingfelder? The gentleman said that, you said you've lived in Tampa Heights all your life, sir?
I've lived here for 23 years, my professional life. I built and designed a house that I live in currently here in Tampa Heights.
Well, I grew up on 306 West Park Avenue. My uncle lived at 305 West Park Avenue. And I knew that area very well, and Mr. Dingfelder's right, it was single-family homes. And I can remember as a boy, my great aunt who I lived with, there were a bunch of avocado trees, Mr. Dingfelder, all along Francis and the back alleyways of Park Street. You know, and the houses used to sit back. But now with development, the houses are sitting up close now. So I hear what you're saying, sir. I don't agree with what you're saying because I grew up on those streets there, and I know the area very well. So I can see the concern Mr. Dingfelder has and the concern I have because that area was single-family homes for a long, long time. And I understand the economic base and the new move, but that's a lot of mass on that property. So I can see where my colleague is going. And again, just so you know, I do understand the area as well. Anything else for this applicant?
I just want to chime in, not too much in the area, but I didn't grow up there, but I know the area very well. We mentioned Armature Works and how wonderful it is, and it is. It's a great area to energize yourself, great area to go out with your family and have a nice time. And they got on Palm Avenue, when it was west of Florida Avenue, there was nothing there. And individuals, it started and it failed. It started again and it failed. Finally, they had a plan that worked, and to their credit, they've done one heck of a job. But I can't put what it's in that area in a residential neighborhood because that area was zoned that way 95% of it. What I'm saying, what I'm looking at here is something that, and I'm not comparing this with any other zoning in the city, but we had one not too long ago in the vicinity of West Tampa, Havana, that's all I'm gonna say, so I can't get sued for saying that I compared it with somebody else. And it had the same basic things. You remember even that developer wanted to put a parking lot in front of the place. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm not anti-development, I'm not for development, I'm for seeing something that works. And as I see your units, and I'm not telling you what to build, how to build, what color to paint, how high to go, how high not to go, whatever the law is what you can do. But there's also, when you calculate these things out, there's one area that is never taken into the accountability of what is done by the legal beavers that work in the planning division, both the city and the county. And that's the livability of the dwelling that's going up. What is there and what is not there, and what's going to happen when we start some changes. I'm not against change. I myself change. I used to have a lot of hair. And saying all these things, it comes to mind that when you say this doesn't fit there, and you've admitted some of that because you had to make some different arrangements to get the good folks that do the planning to do this, then what are you telling me? What are you telling this council? That it doesn't fit there because your units are too large, or you have too many units, or you don't have enough units, or what is it? And in order to fit this, I guess these are going to be 2-bedrooms. I don't know it makes no difference to me what they are. But so I would calculate that's 870 feet on 2 units and 940 feet on 2 units, thereabouts, living quarters, which has nothing to do with the zoning, but my math has to tell me that's what I think is going to come there. And how does that compare with the livability of 1 unit that was there? I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. I'm just saying there was 1 unit there, and I'm not opposed to making more than 1, but it doesn't fit because the land's not big enough. That's why it doesn't fit. It has no other reason why it had to be redesigned and designed the way it is today. And that's just my take on it.
You only been here 2 days, right?
Pardon me?
You only been here 2 days, right?
Yeah, a couple of days.
Anything else for the applicant?
Yeah, I guess I would like to show you some of the other houses that are.
Is your time gone? Okay, your time's up right now, sir.
No, he still has 7 minutes.
7 minutes? All right.
I would like to show you, just in case you're not aware of the neighborhood, this is recent developments within 1 to 2 blocks of the subject site. So this is a duplex.
Is that 4 units?
That's 2 units, I believe.
What size lot, sir?
That's actually 60 feet, I believe. Ours is 62. This is around the corner. It's also 2 units.
2 units?
2 units, yep.
How long is that lot, sir?
That lot is 60 wide.
How many?
60 wide, the width of the lot. And then there's this one. This is also on Francis Avenue, a couple blocks down. That's also 2 units.
What size lot is that, sir?
60 wide.
60 feet wide?
I believe so.
I believe. Okay.
I didn't know if you were going to ask me those specific questions. So
Well, I didn't know you were going to show me these folders.
Okay, I understand.
Be honest with you, sir.
Yep. This is a 4-unit development, about a block and a half away. That's has 2 units in the front, 2 units in the back. And then this is a single-family house, brand new, that's very similar in scale and massing. So new houses in the neighborhood are going to be much larger, obviously, than old houses. This house is over 5,000 square feet. It has similar setbacks, but it is a single-family house. And then lastly is this one, which is around the corner. This is also a single-family house. Again, you see it meets the typical setbacks. So the neighborhood is absolutely going through a change, and I think this is consistent within all the requirements required. But I'm happy to ask her any more questions.
Let's hear from other people.
Any questions, gentlemen? All right, thank you, sir. We'll hear from anyone on the second floor, reference this item.
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. We have one person from the public that would like to speak on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Eileen.
Hi, good evening. My name is Doug Phillips. I have been sworn in, and I live at 312 West Francis Avenue. I've lived there for 21, almost 22 years. A lot of the things that Ralph said is correct. It's a historic-ish neighborhood. It's not in an overlay district. It's not historic, but it should at least be overlay, in my opinion. Anyway, that's beside the point. I'm here to oppose this project, mostly on the same grounds that Mr. Dingfelder brought up. It's just ginormous in mass. It's huge. And I feel like the reason the parking doesn't work is because he's trying to put too much on a small lot. I guess I'm really nervous.
It's all right, good.
I had one other thing to say, I think, and let me look at my notes. I also disagree with the planning people that say that he could have put 6 units there. I mean, I live there. I live in a 2-story house. 6 units would be insane, all due respect. 4 units, in my opinion, is not good for our neighborhood. All the units that he showed you, or at least a few of them, one of them is across the street from my house. I can't stand looking out my front window now because of that. Person was able to put their garage front right in front of my house when they could have rezoned, or not rezoned it, but designed it so they can enter through the back. The big blue thing that he showed you, that's 2 doors down from me, they at least utilized the garage in the back like the old houses had. So basically, I agree with you too, Mr. Miranda, as well, that this is a little too big for this piece of property, and I would suggest that you allow the existing zoning to change, or to stay the way it is. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
You're recognized.
Mr. Phillips, you've lived there, sounds like most of your life?
I lived there since 1999. I bought the house through the mayor's Tampa Heights project back then. My house is a restored 1900 bungalow.
And based upon you living there, how do you feel about the consistency and the compatibility of this proposed development of 4 units as compared to the single-family homes that are around there? And I drive up and down these streets all the time, but I can't testify in terms of how many single-family homes are still there on Francis and on Park, et cetera. I mean, if we listen to the presentations, we might be led to believe that this whole thing's gone multifamily. But can you testify otherwise?
I would say it is still majority single family, but as the zoning shows on the block that he's talking about, on that side of the street and everything, the zoning would allow for a duplex. So that's why across the street from me, there had been a vacant lot for years, and it was beautiful. It had trees. There are no trees there anymore. I see concrete. But anyway.
But in terms of single-family detached versus quads,
I would say
I'm not familiar with any quads around right around there, are there?
There is one quad, and it's on Amelia. It's still under construction, and according to the city planner people, that is a different zoning, so they would be allowed to do that.
That's in the RM24.
I'll take your word for the numbers.
All right, thank you, sir.
But the answer to your question is, at this point, there are still more single-family houses on my street than there are duplexes, or hopefully not 3 or 4 plexes.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks for coming down.
Anyone else to speak on this item on the second floor?
Anybody on camera?
has one more thing to say.
We can't hear him.
I'm sorry, I had one more thing to say, and I'm sorry to come back. I did notice on the website that there is an agenda thing, and it shows a bunch of people that have submitted statements online as well. So I don't want it to be that I'm the only one speaking. I did see some others that were opposed as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Eileen, anybody else?
No, there's no one else to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, anyone else?
Yes,
registered?
hello.
Yes, we have
Can anybody hear
Brian
me?
who's logged on.
All right.
Brian, can you please raise your right hand? Do you
Yes.
swear or affirm that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we hear you.
Okay, excellent. Good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present the views of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. My name is Brian Seal, and I'm the association president. THCA opposes the rezoning of 301 West Francis Avenue. The increase in density of this PD is equivalent to an RM24 zone, which has been mentioned in previous comments tonight, and we believe it's inappropriate to this property. The added density on this lot creates a bigger building footprint, as previously mentioned. It causes the removal of additional trees. It requires the reduction of standard setbacks on street fronting sides, which you would get if it were not being rezoned. It harms the pedestrian experience with the location and the quantity of driveways, and it does not conform to the development context of the surrounding neighborhood. In a neighborhood that's built around its historic alleyways, most homes create a positive pedestrian-friendly interaction with the streets. This applicant proposes to make driveways the defining feature of their development, especially on North Ola Avenue. Ola is actually slated under the Tampa Comp Plan and FDOT's capital projects list to be made a bikeway. We believe that adding 2 double-width garages violates the intent of that plan and creates more potential for pedestrian and bike danger. Under the existing RM16 zone, the applicant could build 3 units, as has been mentioned. But the impacts to the neighborhood are exacerbated by the addition of the 4th unit. Had the design of a 4-unit project been appropriate in scale and layout to the area, we might have considered supporting the added density. However, the development team failed to accommodate the resident concerns. They've had 5 months to do so because we reached out to them in April 2021, within weeks after they filed the application, to proactively express our concerns. We came to them with those concerns, asked to work through it together as a team, and that did not happen. So the site plan you see today is nearly identical to the original filing. It's not appropriate to extend the RM24 densities west of North Ola Avenue. This property is approximately 8,000 square feet, whereas the 4-unit Neo Homes development, which was mentioned across the street and 1 block up by Doug, that development is in RM24 zone, but that lot is over 10,000 square feet, so it's a larger lot. And using that to justify the need for 4 units on a smaller lot just doesn't make sense. I believe the delineation between RM16 and RM24 was clearly set by Planning Commission and those that set it years ago for a reason. It's because the lots get smaller when you go west of Ola Avenue. The applicant claimed that if they were 1 block east, they could have 4 units by right, which is great. Then they could have bought land within that RM24 zone.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Carlson.
Let me just conclude with one statement. We believe it's not consistent with the comp plan and city code, and the Neighborhood Association Board unanimously, and at least 3 adjacent property owners have vehemently opposed this rezoning.
Thank you,
and we
sir.
respectfully request
Thank you, sir. Thank
be
you.
denied. Thank you.
Mr. Carlson.
Mr. Seal, in addition to your credentials with the Neighborhood Association, would you mind, just for the record, telling us your professional credentials and experience also?
Sure. Thank you, council member. I have a master's degree in construction and a 1.5 years of urban planning graduate school. I served for 12 years in the construction and development industry, most recently as an owner's rep overseeing zoning, design, construction, and occupancy services for commercial construction.
I'm also a past member of the City of Tampa's Variance Review Board.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else registered, Madam Clerk?
No, that was the only registered speaker.
Okay, applicant has his rebuttal time. The applicant has his rebuttal time. There he is.
Yep, thank you very much. I appreciate all the comments made by the Civic Association and the neighborhood, and I understand their concerns. I think what comes down to it here, gentlemen, is we have a neighborhood that's in flux, and I get it. I live here too. We have existing zoning that varies. We have a land use plan that's extremely dense, and over the next 30 or 40 years, you're going to see many, many people come here and present projects similar in scale to this one. Currently, there are active projects being developed all over this neighborhood. Some are more contextual than others. I agree there are some that do a better job in taking care of the car, I guess, as you would say. This meets code. This meets the intent of everyone within your staff. We meet height restrictions. We meet setbacks. All of these things that they've discussed here previously is conjecture. Now, what really comes down to, I think, and this council needs to talk to their staff and the city at large, is this is 2 blocks from an extremely intense urban development. People want to live here. The only way you can live in this neighborhood now, if you don't already live here, is either you buy a lot and build a house, which will cost you $1,500,000. That White House I showed you, that's equivalent to what it takes today. A unit development like this gets someone to get in the neighborhood for much, much less. Most of the townhouses are selling between $500,000 and $600,000. I think inclusivity is very important to the neighborhood, and I'm 100% for inclusivity. But architectural inclusivity is also very important, because without these, we have going to become what was a very diverse neighborhood, and it's going to become an extremely difficult neighborhood to live in unless you're a millionaire. So while I understand your concerns about this particular site, I disagree that they are not compatible. I believe they are compatible. Would this project work on an interior lot? Absolutely not. This project only works on a corner lot, and corner lots will, over the next 30 years, will be denser than interior lots. Interior lots will be duplexes, more than likely. This is a multifamily neighborhood for generations, and past and generations to come. So, yes, 100 years ago we built single-family houses here. Well, lots has changed in the city of Tampa in the last 100 years. We can look at what happened in downtown. We can look at what's in Armature Works. Armature Works was a derelict site. When I moved here, I did my thesis, my master's thesis on, but essentially the Armature Works proper. I've done, again, I think it's a fundamental change in attitude. Do you embrace it, or do you want to stay the same? To stay the same is physically impossible in this neighborhood. People are cashing out. They're getting $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 for lots, and to think or even imagine that this neighborhood is going to stay only a single-family neighborhood is short-sighted. With that, I'd really request you approve this project. Thank you.
Ms. Dingfeld, you recognize?
Question. Mr. Schuler, I hear what you say. We could sit down over lunch and talk about all of this for an hour or two, and we probably should outside the context of this hearing at a later date. But here we are today. You've been around and you've done a lot of hearings in front of this council. I'm going to tell you honestly, I think you should talk to your client very quickly. I'm going to tell you honestly, I think you're rolling the dice on this in terms of up or down. I don't know. You know, there's 7 of us, and I'm only one.
Right.
But you can hear some very loud concerns. I always like to give people an opportunity to pull back for a couple of months and revisit and listen to some of the comments they've heard from council and listen to the comments and talk to those neighbors again. I mean, I frankly, you know, I even heard them say maybe they could live with 4 units, but with different design. Maybe some of those units could be rear loaded if we thought outside the box. You know, maybe you could come in and ask for a waiver for the turning radiuses, you know, that staff always ask for, but people ask for waivers and often get them. There's a lot of maybes. You know, maybe you could do 3 larger units and make the money back at the prices that are going in that neighborhood. You know, there's a lot of maybes there, but
Right.
I just don't know if, from your perspective and your client's perspective, if you want to roll the dice. Because the advantage of taking a break, as you know, and coming back with a different design that everybody's happy with, as opposed to an up or down vote. If you get an up or down vote, you got to start all over again. But if you take a break, you can just use the same PD number and modify your plans and go back to the drawing board. So I don't need to tell you. You've been around the block, Ralph. The other thing I will mention is if you look at Hyde Park Village, okay, just a large, I mean, not as big as Armature, but a big, giant project. It's surrounded by single-family homes. Very, very expensive single-family homes. So, you know, I know it's a little bit apples and oranges, but I'm saying we've had situations like this before. So anyway, I'm sure Mr. Chairman would graciously accept if you wanted a continuance, or perhaps the entire board would, but that's something for you guys to decide.
I'd like to allow my client to speak, if that's okay.
How much, this time's up, right?
You still have 1 minute and 7 seconds.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, council. I'll make this quick. We did meet with the neighborhood association.
Mr. Shelby, you're recognized. Oh, excuse me, sir.
Oh, sorry, my name
Just
is.
his name and if he was sworn,
Yes,
please.
sir. Have you been
Sorry,
sworn
yes,
in,
I
sir?
have been sworn. My name is Wyatt Joswowski.
Thank you.
And again, to make this quick, we did meet with the neighborhood multiple times, Brian in person and over phone. Ralph met with him in person. This was, in fact, our original site plan. We made changes to try to accommodate the neighborhood based on their feedback. So we tried multiple ways to make this work. You know, there is the ability potentially to get a waiver on the turning radius, but there was also the challenge of the tree. And so we made the decision, and I trusted Ralph as my architect, that this was indeed the best use of the land, this was the best layout. And I will add, Brian and the Neighborhood Association, their complaint was not around density, ever, from the beginning. It was about the driveways and the modern style. I believe he's here to oppose the density because that is what we're here proposing today. However, when he came to us, there was other discussions. In fact, we slightly changed the design to accommodate them, to make it feel a little bit warmer in the neighborhood. So we've done everything that we can, I believe, on our side to try to accommodate some of the neighbors that live nearby. But again, this is 2 blocks from an apartment building and many other commercial properties, restaurants, and I personally will be living in one of these units if we can manage to make this happen. So it is not just an investment to flip, but you know, something that I'm also very personally passionate and excited about. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Dingfeld, I'm looking at some head shakes about a continuances, and I don't.
Well, let's see what they want, I guess.
Oh, may I speak, please?
You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I'm not against a lot of things, but just today, we had one that we said we're going to put it in November, and now it's to December because November's full. We're either going to have to do this Tuesdays and Thursdays to catch up. When you continue something, you're taking somebody's slot that's on the waiting list to get in, and that's not fair to the whole system. And I'm not here against for or against any council member, but we got to come to a consensus that we either going to walk away from this, no more continuances, or we're going to have to set another council meeting, and I don't mind doing either one of them. But I can't kick the can down the road any longer, anymore, so that the people who are applying to get in cannot get in because a continuance took its place. And that we have in abundance. And let me go back a little further. It ain't about what you paid for it to anyone, not to this case. Let me clearly say that. That was a decision of whoever wanted to buy that land, just as my decision, whoever, what kind of car I want to buy, or what kind of shoes, or what kind of suit I want to buy, that's your decision. This is America, it's a free country. But don't come here and anyone tell me, well, you know, I got to have this. Listen, you didn't consent us to buy your land. And I'm not talking about this case. Again, I want to make reference to that. So I'm a pretty liberal individual to some point, but at some point when I get to the point, I'm just a human being. And what I'm saying is we got to come to some consensus. They're getting stacked and behind at where they have to go file to get the approval to come here and so forth, to make their plans known. So we're either going to have something. This city, when I first started here, we had very few. It was a ghost town. Mentioned Hyde Park, you could have bought anything Hyde Park for a couple of dollars. And I remember the lady, because she was a wonderful lady that represented Mildred Ditmas, who was the president of that association back in the 70s. And they were opposed to what the first development was. And we talked and visited. She came in like it was a neighbor. It was a neighbor discussion between all of us. And you know what? They finally conceded that as long as we didn't touch the little avenue, because just outside of the expressway there, just to the east of it, the deal was made that that would stay exact. No development could ever change that. And we worked diligently, and that was not it was a lot of council people that came through here to get that done. And and when you mention other areas, downtown was what? You could come out this parking lot, make a left without even looking. You do that now, not only you get run over, the car gets run over, everything will hit you. And things have changed. There was nothing here to do. We had a crew at 5 o'clock pick up the sidewalks. They had to lay them down by 6 in the morning. But I cannot be responsible for the price of land. That's between the buyer and the seller. I cannot be responsible for the cost of lumber, concrete blocks, or the sale price of a house. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Shelby, Mr. Miranda is right. I'm going to ask that you get with these council members in the upcoming weeks and look, and also probably get with planning as well in reference to these continuances, because it may need to just be a separate day. If we're going to continue to give people an opportunity, that might be on a separate day versus, Mr. Miranda's right. People are waiting to get in the door, and we keep kicking them down the road, so it's unfair to those applicants. So I'm going to need you to get with the proper people to look at a proper date during the month or whatever, look at dates for just continuances, because if that's going to be the case, we need to make sure that we're being fair to everybody involved, all the citizens.
Mr. Chairman, if I might say one thing, today's 20% continuance, and this one goes to continuance. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. Mr. Maniscalco, you recognize, sir.
Just real quick to wrap up, I heard the comments and the objections from Mr. Seal, who spoke virtually, and I certainly understand and support that. And I will not be supporting this project. But in regards to the historic nature of the neighborhood, this is Tampa's first suburb from the late 1800s. It's not designated like Ybor City is as a National Historic Landmark District, but Tampa Heights has some of the oldest architecture and homes in the city of Tampa. So when people have concerns about rapid changing of the neighborhood, I appreciate that it's a renaissance with Armature Works and everything else that's going on around it. We can't lose sight of what has been there for well over a century. So that's it. Thank you very much.
And for the applicant, you may not get the vote of a continuance tonight. I don't know. The other councilors have a right to vote. But I'm going to give the opportunity for council to hear that. If that's your pleasure to ask for continuance, sir, and
Mr. Schuler, you're up.
I've spoken to my client, and we'd like to have a vote. Thank you.
okay,
Like to have a
all
vote?
right. Can we vote? Pardon me? I didn't see her. I don't see Susan on the screen. She wants to say something. Ms. Velez?
Yes, can you not see me?
No, I can't see. We can't see on our screens. We can see.
I
the
can only
screen.
see
All right, we can see you now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Susan Johnson Velez, Senior Assistant City Attorney. I just wanted to make a couple of comments just based on the discussion that I've heard. So I've heard a lot of discussion about design elements and whether the garage goes in the front or the back or where the driveway goes. So design of the actual building is not a consideration for council in evaluating this application. I have heard comments about the massing of the building, and that is an appropriate consideration for council. So I just wanted to clarify that. And
Susan, can I ask you a clarification on what you said just now? I hear what you're saying in terms of design, like windows and, you know, the aesthetics and that sort of thing. But in terms of the option of putting a rear-loaded garage versus a front-loaded garage and having, you know, the fact that they've got, you know, driveways on this property for 8 vehicles coming in and out, I would think that those are legitimate things that we can talk about.
whether it goes in the front or in the back, again, the question is
Well,
whether or not.
That's a public safety issue too, front or back.
Okay, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just don't want you to get bogged down into the design issue, what it might look like. You know, again, massing is a more appropriate consideration for council at this point.
Not aesthetics, but massing and
Correct.
perhaps public safety.
Number of units, the height, things like that, appropriateness for the neighborhood, compatibility, some of the things that you've addressed, but
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Motion moved, close.
Second.
Vasquez moved it, Mr. Miranda, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Mr. Dingfellow?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move to deny. Let me get organized here.
Yes, sir.
In regard to item 7, REZ 21-56, I'm going to move to deny this petition for this property located at 301 West Francis Avenue. Petition being from RM16 to PD for 4 units, specifically as shown to us on the site plan. And I move to deny due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development as conditioned and shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city code. Specifically, I believe that they've failed to comply with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan, and with great emphasis on the fact that I do not believe that these four units, as configured in this PD, are compatible with the surrounding area as required by the land use policies. I believe that the project also fails to comply with Land Development Code 27-136, and specifically that the proposed development as shown on the site plan does not promote or encourage development that's appropriate in this location as related to the character and compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. And specifically, we've had testimony, and actually the petitioner's representative, Mr. Schuler, who is a very straight up guy and a very good architect, by the way. But he showed us pictures of 2 units on 60-foot lots that look much more compatible and consistent with what exists in this neighborhood. Duplexes on 60-foot lots as opposed to 4 units. And it's not just the number of units, but the number of units translates into the number of vehicles, the number of driveways associated with that, and most importantly, the mass of this entire quadruplex, which, as Mr. Miranda pointed out, basically appears to be 36 feet wide by almost 100 feet in length and probably they're allowed up to 35 feet tall, which most townhomes go to 35 feet. That's a large, massive structure for a 62 by 130 something foot lot. Again, I don't believe that the mass and scale are consistent and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. There's been testimony from several individuals, one of which has lived in this neighborhood for about 30 years, as related to the incompatibility. And if anybody wants to add on to what I said, I'm more than welcome to accept friendly amendments. That's my motion.
Ms. Second by Mr. Maniscalco. Roll call vote, please.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
and Goode.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Mr. Chairman.
You're next, sir.
Yes, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Just a reminder, Council, we're talking about a lot of issues that came up, that there's an appeal period that follows this denial, so I just ask you to remain mindful of that for the 30-day appeal period that follows, as to avoiding any discussion with members of the public about this.
Thank you, sir. All right, item number 8.
Thanks so much, Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8, case REZ 21-64. This is for the property located at 3602 West Azeel Street. Is proposing a rezoning from RS60 to PD, office, business, or professional. I'll now pass it along to Danny Collins with the Planning Commission.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff have been sworn in. Our next case is in the South Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Bon Air neighborhood. The closest public recreation facility is West Pine Park, being located approximately 1 mile to the northeast of the subject site. The closest transit stop is located a quarter mile to the west of the site on Southdale Mabry Highway. Southdale Mabry Highway is a transit emphasis corridor, and subject site is within a level D evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and surrounding properties. The subject site is located on the southwest corner of West Azeel Street and South Hines Avenue. You'll see there's predominantly residential uses that surround the subject site. There are some non-residential uses south of the subject site on South Hines Avenue. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site's currently recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. The residential 20 is to the north and west of the site. Residential 10 is to the south. And then there's residential 35 directly to the east of the subject site. The Planning Commission staff has determined that the proposed plan development is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development pattern. The site is within the residential 20 future land use designation, and a limited number of neighborhood serving commercial uses may be allowed in this category if the project meets locational criteria for neighborhood commercial and residential office uses. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the commercial locational criteria and finds that the subject site meets the criteria for consideration. Subject site is located along West Azeel Street, which is designated as an arterial roadway. Furthermore, existing non-residential zoning is located adjacent to the subject site to the north and east, while additional non-residential zoning is located further west on West Azeel Street. New commercial development shall be encouraged to provide sidewalks in areas where it is practical and feasible for pedestrian-oriented activities. The subject site has provided, the plan development has provided for a pedestrian connection from the main entrance to the building to the sidewalk along South Hines Avenue, which is consistent with this policy direction. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? All right, Zane?
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Case REZ 21-64. The applicant and representative is ESI Properties LLC. Property address at 3602 West Azeel Street. It is proposing a rezone from RS60, residential single family, to PD, Planned Development Office Business Professional. There have been 3 waivers requested, as you can see. The first is Section 27-160 to reduce the South Hines Avenue Special Street setback from 45 feet to 40 feet. to any building or structure on the property. The special street setback line is measured from the center line of the existing right-of-way. Waiver request number 2, section 27-284.4D, to request to pay the application planning district tree trust fund for mitigation of the trees that cannot be planted on site. And waiver number 3 requested, section 27-284.3.3, to reduce the required buffer between uses from the required 15 feet to 5 feet to the south and to the west. This should be added between first and second reading. As we look at the overhead view of the aerial, you'll see the subject site outlined here in red. The point of the proposed rezone is to allow for the construction of a 1,818 square foot structure with a proposed use of business professional office. The total site consists of 7,414 square feet. The property is located here at the southwest corner of West Azile Street and South Himes Avenue, running north and south. Vehicular access to the property is proposed on South Himes Avenue with a surface parking lot. The site here is located surrounded by Planned Development Zoning District for RO uses and medical office to the north. Planned Development Zoning District for residential single-family detached to the south. As my cursor points to it. Planned Development Zoning District for a storefront residential office and medical office use to the east. As you see here. And you have residential single-family use in the RS60 zoning district here to the west, surrounding the site. If you look at overhead view of the site plan here, you'll see the proposed office space located, and then also the parking lots. West Azile Street running overhead to the north. Went out to the site and took pictures of the current state and what is located. You'll see the structure right here on the site. To the north of the site, you'll see the planned development PDs to the north, and also you'll see the intersection of South Himes and West Azile Street here. To the east of the site, you'll see the storefront resident office and medical office use to the east. And then to the south of the site, you'll see also the residential single-family detached homes to the south. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should be the pleasure of City Council to approve this. Further modifications must be made to the site plan between first and second reading. Thank you. I'm here for any questions if needed.
Any questions? All right. Hearing none, we have an applicant.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Tom Schimlick, 619 Luzon Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33606. I have been sworn in. Based on the Planning Commission's report and zoning staff, we feel there's nothing more that we can add to this except ask or answer questions. And we thank you for participation in this process.
Any questions for the applicant? Hearing none, do we have everybody on the second floor for this item number 8?
There's no one here.
We want to get to the Bucks game.
There's no, Eileen Rosario Development and Growth. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
I thought it was a solid movie.
Anybody registered?
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Mr. Maniscalco, move to close. Mr. Citro, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Mr. Dingfelder is up. Mr. Miranda, you're up. Number 8.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Item number 8, file number REZ 2164. I move an ordinance on that REZ 2164 for approval. And the applicant has met the burden of proof to provide competent substantial evidence that the development as conditions shown on the site plan is consistent with the comprehensive plan, city code, and I find that the requested waivers do not adversely impact public health, safety, and general welfare. The goals and objective, the proposed zoning is comparable and compatible with the surrounding development patterns, and its close proximity to, it's in a corner where the traffic is going to go on Hines. That's about it, sir. With the waivers, the design of the proposed waivers meet section 27-139-4. The waivers proposal is unique and therefore in need of waivers. The requested waivers do not substantially interfere or injure the rights of the properties and are not affected by the waiver.
Madam Scalzo, seconded. Roll call.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
Miranda,
Yes.
Dingfelder,
Yes.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco, and Gould.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Okay. Move on to item 9, file RAZ 2165.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 9, case RAZ 21-65. The property is located at 3018 North Tampa Street. This is a proposed rezoning from RS50 to PD, residential single family attached. I'll now pass it along to Danny Collins with the Planning Commission.
Mr. Collins.
Can you share my screen, please? Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff have been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Tampa Heights neighborhood. The subject site is also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. The closest recreation facility is Plymouth Playground, which is located 2 blocks to the west of the subject site. The closest transit stop is approximately 3 blocks north of the site on North Tampa Street. The subject site is within a level E evacuation zone.
Danny,
This is an aerial map.
could you go back?
Sorry.
Could you go back one slide? So whenever you throw up that slide, are you using your cursor to show us where the project is, or are you just showing us the whole city?
No, this is the vision map for the Central Tampa Planning District. So
Okay.
just to kind of show you the planning district.
All right. You want to use your cursor to show us where approximately where this is, or?
Yeah, it's in the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It would be in this area right here. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor.
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, it would be in this area over here.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. This is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. The subject site's outlined in this purple color. It's on the southwest corner of North Tampa Street and east of Dolly Streets. You'll see the development patterns predominantly residential in character. There are some non-residential uses to the east of the subject site towards North Florida Avenue, which is a transit corridor. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site's currently recognized under the residential 20 future land use designation. To the west of the site, one parcel over is parcels recognized under the residential 10 designation. And then 1 block to the east of the site recognized or shown in this red color is parcels recognized under the CC 35 future land use designation, and that's North Florida Avenue. Again, 1 block to the east of the subject site. The Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts in the surrounding neighborhood. The request proposes 4 attached single-family units at an overall density of 16 units per acre, which is below the density anticipated under the residential 20 future land use designation. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages attached single-family developments to be designed to include orientation of the front door to a neighborhood sidewalk and street. The entrance is to the units, meet this policy direction as they are oriented towards West of Dolly Street, and the pathway connects to the public sidewalk on West of Dolly Street. Additionally, the request supports many of the policies in the comp plan as it relates to housing the city's population. The Tampa Comprehensive Plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request will provide additional housing opportunities within the Tampa Heights Urban Village as well. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? All right, hearing none, Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination. Can I please have control of the screen? Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, going over case REZ 21-65. The applicant and representative is Joseph Buonodono. God best. Property address is 3018 North Tampa Street. This proposed rezoning from RS50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family attached. There's been one waiver requested to request to pay into the applicable planning tree trust fund for mitigation of trees that cannot be planted on site. As we see the aerial view of the property outlined here in red, you'll see east and west Adali Street to the north. Running north and south to the east, you'll have North Tampa Street. To the south, you'll have West Fort Nebraska Avenue and West Alfred Street. And then also to the west, you'll have North Ola Avenue running to the west. As we come here looking at the overhead view of the site plan, you'll see that the proposed rezoning is to construct 4 residential single-family attached dwelling units. The site is at 0.25 acres for the property and is located at the southwest corner of West Adali Street and North Tampa Street, right here. The property is surrounded by single-family residential uses to the north, south, east, and west in the RS50 zoning district. The project is proposed for 1 3-story townhouse-style residential building with a rooftop terrace, which has a total of 4 dwelling units running adjacent to each other. The development is oriented towards West Adali Street and North Tampa Street intersection, which helps to provide a suitable buffer to the residential uses immediately to the west of it. Come here. Each unit provides a front door facing the north with pedestrian access connection to the sidewalk along West Adali Street, right here. The vehicular access is provided on West Adali Street also, and each unit contains an enclosed 2-car garage within each unit. The proposed maximum building height is 40 feet here, and a total of 9 parking spaces are required, and also 9 parking spaces are proposed here. As I went out to the site and took pictures of the current state of what the site looks like, and then to the northeast of the site, you'll see those residential single-family homes I was mentioning, and also the intersection here of North Tampa and West Adali Street. To the west of the site, you'll see the residential single-family homes also running along to the west. And to the north, you'll see a residential single-family home across the street from North Adali Street.
Zane, hold 1 second. The one that says west of the site, is that a new 2-family home? It looks more 2-family than single-family. It looks like a single-family attached.
No, sir. It actually is just a single-family home.
Is it really? Okay.
Development Review and Compliance Staff has reviewed the application and finds this request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to go ahead and approve this application, further modifications to the site plan must be corrected between first and second reading. I'm here for any questions if needed. Thank you.
All right. Council, anybody have any questions for Mr. Hussein? Mr. Vieira, you good?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to the petitioner.
He's online.
Mr. Grajales, have you been sworn?
Please raise your right hand.
We can't hear you either. You need to hit your volume there.
No yet, sir. My apologies.
All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear, I do.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. Braulio Grajales with High Point Engineering, 5300 West Cypress Street in Tampa, and I have been sworn in. I am a professional engineer in the state of Florida and the engineer of record for this project. Thank you for the opportunity to present before you this rezoning case. I also want to thank all members of the staff for their help and support throughout this rezoning process. Mr. Joseph Bonodono with Brick and Mortar Construction is proposing to develop this property with 4 single-family attached units, including rear access for 2 car garages. Mr. Bonodono proactively contacted the neighbors surrounding the property to explain the proposed site plan and his vision of the proposed development. On August 26th of this year, we presented the proposed site plan and building elevations to the Tampa Heights Civic Association in their monthly meeting. We received positive reviews. Specifically, we received comments of appreciation for providing a design with vehicular access and parking at the back of the lot and making the front facade pedestrian friendly. Tampa Heights Civic Association also indicating that not having front-facing garages is a key neighborhood value. In the neighborhood meeting, the Tampa Heights Civic Association board requested some additional features to the building to integrate the side facade and improve the pedestrian appeal along Tampa Street. Tampa Heights Civic Association did not take an official position on this rezoning application. In the report of rezoning requests, all departments and agencies, as previously indicated by staff, found the site plan consistent. I respectfully request you approve this rezoning petition so Brick and Mortar can develop this property with 4 single-family attached units. Mr. Bonodono, who is the owner partner of Brick and Mortar, is also available to, in case you have any questions, as well as John Kinner, who is the architect for this project. Mr. Bonodono, do you want to add any information about this project and your position?
Well, I'd just like to add
Mr. Bonodono, have you been sworn?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I have not.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Continue on, sir.
All right. Thank you. Well, we purchased this property last year. It was a foreclosure, which I've heard from the neighbors. It was a quote-unquote former crack house that I guess had been torn down. And like I said, we purchased it from Bank of America. And from what I understand, the property was being used, to park abandoned vehicles and for, drug use, and property with the intent and the vision of building townhomes due to the proximity of the property on Tampa Street, being a 3-lane road. I've lived in the neighborhood myself for over 10 years, and I understand some new development is opposed, but I feel on Tampa Street it's really the best solution for the property. We are taking into consideration the neighbors with having not only front porches on the first buildings, like Braulio said, we have parking in the rear. The best feature is a rooftop terrace that overlooks downtown. So we feel like this project's really going to be a benefit to the neighborhood, to the community, to property values, and we're here to ask for your support.
All right.
And John Kinner, with Kinner Architecture, who is the architect for this project, is also available in case you have any questions for Mr. Kinner.
Anybody have any architectural questions, Mr. Keeler? Doesn't sound like any. You want to wrap it up, Mr. Grajales?
Thank you. Thank you for your time. I will be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
All right. Council, you have any questions for any of these folks? I had one question is directly across the street. So these garages are going to be facing Adelaide, Is that correct?
No, sir. These garages will be facing south to the rear, towards the rear of the property, and
what is it? Is there an alley? Is there an alley there, or is that?
No, sir. There is. I believe there used to be an alley there, but it has been vacated. So the answer is no. We are not. We are not using. There is not an existing alley that we could use for access back to the south, on the south side of the property.
So excuse my ignorance, but where are the cars coming in and out of then? Are they coming in out of Tampa? Are they coming in?
Sure. No, that's a very good question, Mr. Councilman. The cars are, we are connecting, if you look at the site plan that the PD plan that we submitted, we're proposing to have a residential curb cut on Adderley Street on the northwest side of the property. So the cars will be entering from Adderley Street, and then they will travel south along the west side of the property, and then east along the south side of the property until they enter the garages on the rear side of the rear of the townhome units.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
I didn't see that flow of traffic, but you still you're going to maintain a buffer on the west side for your west side neighbor.
Not only to the west side neighbor, but also to the south side neighbor, we are providing a considerably building separation between the proposed townhomes and the property line.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we have anybody who wants to speak to this.
There are no registered speakers for this item.
Okay. Anybody on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. We have 2 people to speak on this item.
All right. Line them up. And then we'll ask you to state your name and swear you in.
Hi, I've already been sworn in. My name is Taylor Wolf. I live at 3102 North Tampa Street, so that blue house that you guys were asking about earlier, so this will directly affect me. I just had a few questions in regard to the property. 4 units kind of seems large, and you were just speaking about the access for the cars. So Adelaide is already a narrow street, and it's also, one of the older brick streets, the red brick streets as well. So it's not really well paved. So then we're talking about more traffic. I'm not necessarily opposed to this in general. I just would like to hear better options, or maybe 2 units instead of 4, because I'm not really sure what that buffer is going to look like between each home for the cars to get in and out, because it's pretty close right now. And he spoke earlier about it being used for crack use. That's not happening currently. I've lived there for a year. I'm a Tampa native. Also, there's an oak tree on the property as well, so it's a protected tree. So does that get removed as well? Because I have an oak tree that I can't remove either next on my easement. And then also, if you guys do allow it to be done, is this gonna be used for rentals? Is it, how are you guys doing that? Like, is it gonna be Airbnbs? Because I have a few Airbnb, well, not me personally, but there's a few Airbnbs further down the street. I would like to know if that's what it's gonna be used for. If not, is there gonna be like a homeowners association for the townhouses that rules have to be upheld? Just some general questions, because it's going to directly affect me, because I live right next door. And yeah, and then also, sorry.
Which way next door? Are you across the street from these, or are you to the side?
To the side. So I live on North Tampa Street. So my house is right
To the left
here.
or to the right?
I'm to the left of the property, I
On the
think.
north side.
Yeah, it's the blue house you guys asked about earlier with like the fence. I don't know if you recall seeing that.
Okay.
Yeah. So the street's already narrow. It's also one way. So I'm trying to imagine what kind of traffic is that going to bring if you have 4 units, and then also the parking space is questionable as well. I'm not super opposed to it, but maybe 2 units like you guys spoke about, the other one close to Armature Works. I don't have any issue with new things coming to the neighborhood. But if it's going to directly affect me or cause more harm to the people that are next to me, then I have questions.
All right, we will try and get answers to your questions when the gentleman comes back. But in the meantime, you can watch in the other room and we'll hear
Okay.
from the other person.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Seal, 313 West Park Avenue, and I have been sworn. You aren't seeing things. I am now here physically in person after putting my kids to bed because I did not pre-register for this virtually.
The last time we saw you, you were locked in a closet, I think.
That's right. Yep, they let me out. But I wanted to come down and speak on this on my own behalf, not on behalf of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. Mr. Grajales was accurate in his statement. Our board did not take a position. We have been very busy with a lot of active rezonings in this neighborhood, and what I can say is that the board was split on this one. There were some in favor and some opposed, so no action was taken. But personally, he also mentioned we had discussed the rear entry as opposed to front-facing garages. Again, it upholds the consistency with the neighborhood design, which is great, but we then get into the issue similar to the last case in precedence in a major upzoning. This is an RS50 zone. This is going to PD, but essentially it's upzoning it to allow the 4 units with a greater density in a single family home area. Again, we welcome as a neighborhood density where it's zoned for such and appropriate. The one thing this property is going for is that it's on North Tampa Street. It is a slightly different situation than being interior to the neighborhood, but I personally do not think the density is appropriate to this particular area. And I will leave my comments with that, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Seal. Any questions for Mr. Seal? Okay, not hearing any. We'll hear back from the petitioner in rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I just want to address council just very briefly, and I don't know if Ms. Johnson-Velez wants to add anything, but just with regard to some of the questions that were raised, with regard to what's before you and what the criteria is, the issue of, let's say, rentals and Airbnb are not relevant to your decision. So it would be advised for the petitioner to not have to address that directly because that does not apply to your decision. And this is by way of explanation. My apologies to the speaker who wanted those answers. That is not something that is appropriate for this hearing.
Right, and I appreciate that. Council appreciates that. Before we hear back from Mr. Grajales, I'd like to hear from staff in regard to the alleged live oak. I am seeing a live oak on the site plan right in the middle of the project. It looks like it's being removed. So, okay, Aaron, are you our tree staff?
Yes.
And have you been sworn?
I'm with Development Coordination, Aaron Mayer, Forester
been-
Examiner,
have you
Natural
been sworn?
Resources. I have not.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm you would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Tell us about the live oak.
All right, so the live oak we have in the center, it's almost in the center of the property. It's to like the north, about the north western side of the property. The crown is about 64 feet by 86 feet in dimensions. So a lot of the crown extends pretty far across this property. It also branches pretty low, and with the height of what is being proposed, the amount of pruning that would be needed to save this tree during construction it's impossible to save this tree with pruning. And it falls pretty much right in the center of this lot. Unfortunately, it was rated a C9, which is rated hazardous due to some minor deadwood in the crown of the tree. And it also, there was an old driveway on this lot, and so the roots are compacted on 3 sides of the root plate.
So it's staff's recommendation to allow the removal of this tree due to its location and its condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and they'll have to replace it either on-site or with off-site contribution?
Exactly, yes.
Okay.
Can you ask how many trees are going to be planted somewhere else or on this location because of the removal of the trees on site?
Let's see, let's consult the tree table here. Well, there are a few trees are rated dangerous on the site as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry to ask you the $64,000 question.
Yeah, hold on. I need a little bit of time here to look this one up. Let's see. There's also an exempt tree. There's exempt species on this lot as well, the black cherry. C9, D9. The live oak is worth 4 trees, 4 mitigation trees on site, and the additional trees, where is the tree table? Here we go. Okay. Total mitigation trees required are, well, 19 trees are
19.
required. But they're asking a waiver to pay into the applicable tree trust fund for mitigation trees.
Thank you, Aaron. Ms. Marin, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Aaron? Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nice to meet you all.
All right. It doesn't look like we have anybody else in the community. Mr. Growls, you and your team can rebut, and if you'd like to perhaps go over on the site plan for the benefit of your proposed new neighbor, the traffic flow, because I don't think she was, maybe you can show it on the site plan, how the cars go in and speak to the amount of traffic on this supposed small street, small brick street. And then the other concern that was raised by both folks in the neighborhood were the number of units that you're proposing. So instead of RS50, which probably would have allowed 2 units on this property, you're asking for 4.
Yes. May I share my screen? And am I showing the site plan or am I showing my presentation, if I may ask that question?
Well, I think this, if you could show the site plan and show how that traffic goes in, the young lady across or next door was asking about where the traffic is going to go in and out of and how they're going to get to the garage.
Sure. I have 2 screens on my computer, so I'm a bit concerned I'm not showing the correct information on the screen.
We can see the site plan, so now just use your arrow and show us how cars go in and out.
Yes, sir. So this is, it went away. This is the the last updated submitted site plan. Transportation only had one minor comment regarding our access, but this up here is Adderley Street. I believe our neighbor is the lady who inquired about our project earlier lives right here on this side of Adderley Street.
Right.
So Adderley Street is has brick or brick pavement. It's a 24 feet wide, and the access will be off of Adderley Street, as I'm pointing out here, or circling around the access. This is the access to the property, and then the vehicles will enter and go south, and then they will go east, and then they will enter the 4 units here on the 2-car garage that Brick and Mortar is proposing in each unit.
Okay. And then the other concern that was raised was the quantity, the number of units, period. It's RS50 now, and you're looking for a PD for 4 units. So if you want to speak to that or anything else you wish to speak to.
Yes, sir. The future land use for this property is R20, which would allow for 5 units. So we are only proposing 4 units. And that was, I believe that was earlier indicated by Zane in his presentation.
Okay, anything else you want to wrap up with?
No, just wanna say a few things that are very key to this proposed site plan. Number one, we're providing 9 parking spaces. One of them is for visitors, which is right here, is what I'm showing right here. This site plan has been drastically modified, if I may use that word, from what we initially submitted to staff. We actually had 2 buildings, 2 duplexes per se on this property, separated by about 10 feet. We had initially proposed a curb cut rather than Adderley Street. We were proposing one on North Tampa Street, right here at this location. Unfortunately, we were denied our request to connect to North Tampa Street by the Florida Department of Transportation. We proactively communicated with them, set up a Schedule A meeting. I believe one of the FDOT reps participated in the DRC meeting with the City of Tampa, and I'm not sure if it was reciprocated from a staff from the City of Tampa Transportation when we met with DOT, but the bottom line is that we could not connect here to North Tampa Street. So the only option that we had was to, instead of have 2 duplexes, 2 buildings separated, and we had to just put them all together and then have the space, which is great for the adjacent neighbor to the west, because we're providing a pretty large buffer. It's almost 30 feet, and also 30 feet to the south. And because of the FDOT or Florida Department of Transportation denial, this is the site plan or the PD plan that came up as a result of that. Joe, do you have any, or John, you guys have anything to add?
No, this is John Keener. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You've been sworn?
I have not been sworn in, no.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
John, do you want me to put the elevations on the screen?
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, both for the traffic pattern, and I just wanted to reiterate, and as I've seen in other cases, when I first got involved in this project, there was a proposal for single car garages coming off of Adelaide Street. As a planner, I was immediately opposed to that. So I proposed a redesign of the site so we could be more pedestrian oriented, face the neighborhood, and try and keep this more a part of the street rather than a separation. Unfortunately, transportation didn't allow us to connect to Tampa Street, so we made some sacrifices in order to accommodate transportation guidelines. Unfortunately, the accommodations we make for cars don't always benefit the neighborhood. I think we've made a pretty good attempt at trying to accommodate those needs and still bring a residential scale. We do feel like we're addressing Adelaide and the neighborhood by providing front porches and keeping the vehicles in the rear of the property where they belong.
All right. You guys want to wrap up?
Yeah, I like to add one more thing, if I may. You might think about, when you see the site plan, you might think about, facing the 4 units towards Tampa Street. But in that consideration, we will have a side facade facing Adderley Street, which in that case, I think it will not be in the best interest of the neighborhood. Joe, do you want to add something about that real quick?
Well, not only that, we don't have enough frontage to do the building facing that way. And we felt that, for the end user as well as the neighborhood, it's a much more desirable solution for your front porches to face the neighborhood versus a 3-lane road.
Okay.
And it falls in with the city's requirements as well.
Okay. All right, your time's up, gentlemen. We appreciate it.
May I say-
Thank you.
Any questions? Mr.
Yeah,
Miranda?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just not here. I want to just compare. There was innuendos between this one and another one that we just had with 4 units, and this lot, I believe, is 10,890 square feet. If my mind serves me correct, the one before was 8,316 feet. So you got 2,574 feet larger on this one than you had on the other one. For the record, if that's what my memory serves me right.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. Any other questions before we close?
Second.
There's a motion to close, Mr. Maniscalco, Mr. Miranda second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'll entertain a motion for item 9. Lost track of who might want to go next. Mr.
I can go,
Vieira,
Mr. Chair.
you interested? Mr. Vieira? Mr. Vieira?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I can go. Yes, sir. I move an ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity to 3018 North Tampa Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS residential single family to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion by Mr. Vieira, second by Mr. Maniscalco. We'll have a roll call vote, and before we vote, if anybody wants to comment, that's fine. But I'm just going to say that I will support this on 2 different bases that do differentiate themselves from an earlier project. We're supposed to look at all these on their own, but I just wanted to say I agree with Mr. Miranda that this is a larger lot by perhaps about 20% larger, and also the rear loading. This is exactly what we were trying to urge the last project to do, which is to rear load so you don't have 8 driveways coming off of this project. Instead, all of these driveways are at the back of the project that nobody will have to look at. So I can support this project even though it's slightly larger than what is currently allowed.
If I may add to Mr. Vieira, I believe we have to at least say that it's consistent with the intent to ensure that there is adequate amount of land planned for residential purposes to accommodate projected population. The density proposed by the development does not exceed the density applicable under the future land use category pursuant to land use policy 8.14.1. The application is consistent with land use policy 2.1.2 and the housing policy 1.3.4, which encourages new development on vacant land and underutilized land. Also propose a development shown the site plan promotes and encourages development that is appropriate in location, character, compatibility, and surrounding neighborhood. Proposes also promote the efficient and substantial use of land and infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Miranda. You accept those comments, Mr. Vieira, as part of your motion?
Can he repeat that? Yeah,
I'll send you a video.
I'm good with that.
All right, Mr. Vieira accepted the comments of Mr. Miranda as part of his motion. Mr. Maniscalco seconded it. Roll call vote.
Citro?
Yes.
Miranda?
Yes.
Dingfelder?
Yes.
Carlson?
Nope.
Maniscalco?
Yes.
Vieira?
Yes.
And Goods. Motion carried with Carlson voting no, Goods being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
All right, you heard that,
Thank you.
Mr. Grajales?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Have a
All
good
right,
evening.
We'll move on to the last item of the evening, item 10, REZ 21-66. Mr. Hussein.
Thanks so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, agenda item number 10, case REZ 21-66. The property is located at 3002 North Woodrow Avenue. This is a proposed rezoning from RS 50 to PD residential single family detached. I'll now pass it along to Danny Collins with the Planning Commission.
This is Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I've been sworn in. Our next case is in the Central Tampa Planning District, and more specifically within the Tampa Heights neighborhood. It's also within the Tampa Heights Urban Village. It's shown here on our vision map. The closest public recreation facility is Plymouth Playground, which is located a 4 mile to the northeast of the site. The site is within proximity to transit, and the site is within a level E evacuation zone. Here's an aerial map of the site and the surrounding properties. It is at the northwest corner of West Street and North Woodrow Avenue. It's 1 block east of North Boulevard. It's predominantly surrounded by residential uses. There are some non-residential uses along North Boulevard, which is 1 block to the west of the site. This is the adopted future land use map. The subject site's within the residential 10 designation. It's surrounded by that residential 10 to the northeast and south. Directly to the west is SMU 6. And then there is a pocket of residential 20 to the south west of the site. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The request would allow for 1 single-family detached residential unit at an overall density of 8.33 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 10 designation. Furthermore, the proposed request would allow for development that is similar in form, height, and scale to the surrounding residential uses found along North Woodrow Avenue. Additionally, the request supports many of the comp plan policies as it relates to housing the city's population. Comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to ensure that an adequate supply of housing is available to meet the needs of Tampa's present and future populations. The request will provide additional housing opportunities within the Tampa Heights urban village. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Collins? Hearing none, Mr. Hussein.
Thank you so much. Zain Hussein, Development Coordination, case REZ 21-66. The applicant and representative is Kevin Robles. Property address is 3002 North Woodrow Avenue. Requesting rezone from RS50 residential single family to PD planned development residential single family detached. There are no waivers requested here. As we look at the plat here, you'll see the lot is here, shaded in blue, Lot 1 of Block E. The proposed PD is to allow the development of 1 residential single-family detached lot. The property is located here where the shading is on the W.C. Black's second subdivision. A little brief history about this lot. Per the property appraiser, lots 2 and 3 to the north here are in common ownership by Landry Leeper and Amy Valkenburg. Looking at the sales history, in February 2007, Sibbets purchased all 3 lots, and in December 2018, David and Leslie Sibbett sold lots 2 and 3 to Leeper and Valkenburg and retained lot 1. When they sold the lots 2 and 3, they created the non-conforming lot of lot 1 and also non-conforming structure to the north of lot 1. As we see an overhead view here of the property, you'll see the property outlined here in red. You'll see you have the properties at the northwest corner of West Street and also North Woodrow Avenue intersection. The property is surrounded by RS50 zoning district with detached single-family residences to the north, to the south, east, and office use as a planned development to the west. As we come here and looking at the conforming map, you'll see the property outlined and also hatched in black. The overall analysis of the property included 230 zoning lots. 164 of these lots, or 71% of the lots, had a width of 50 feet or greater. And 66, or 29% of the lots, have been developed with a width of 49.99 feet or less. The subject block contains 3 zoning lots. 2, or 67% of these lots, have been developed with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 1, or 33%, have been developed with a width of 49.99 or less. The 3000 block of North Woodrow Avenue, North Woodrow Avenue right here. On both sides of the street contains 7 total zoning lots. 5 of these lots, or 71% of the lots, have been developed with a greater of 50 feet. And 2 of the lots, or 29% of the lots, have a width of 49.99 or less. The block face here contains 3 total zoning lots. 2 of the lots have 67% with a width of 50 feet or greater, and 1 of those lots, or 33%, have a width of 49.99 feet or less. With these findings, staff finds the proposed rezoning request to be inconsistent with the existing development pattern of the overall area, block, and block face. As we come here, we'll see the proposed 2-story masonry residence here on the site plan, and the 1-story masonry detached garage also to the west. As I went out to the site, you'll see the current status of the site. To the east of the site, you'll see residential single family. To the south of the site, you'll see a proposed rezoning also for residential single family. Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed the application and finds the request inconsistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Code. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, further modifications must be completed by the applicant between the first and second reading. I'm here for any questions if needed, and I'm available at any time.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Hussain? I had one quick question. If you could go back to your colorful and very mathematical map. So mathematical that Mr. Miranda might want to join forces with you.
Oh,
He's the king of math around here.
I lost already the math.
All right. So use your cursor and show us the subject parcel, if you would, again. Okay.
Right here.
And you were showing us earlier the parcels that, the mother parcels, okay, originally. So all 3 of those parcels, the red, and then hatched, were the original mother parcels?
Just the big lot above it, correct?
Just the large lot above it?
Correct.
Okay, Susan, your hand was up. I'm sorry.
Yes, I just was, I hope to try to clarify this. So yes, the red, the large lot just to the north was part of the mother parcel, if you want to call it that. And this lot on the corner, the blue hatched, the subject property, was sold off in 2018. So you heard Zane refer to Sibbets. That's the property owner of Lot 1. And prior to 2018, they were the owners of Lots 1, 2, and 3. So there was unified ownership of this parcel. And in 2018, the property owners sold off Lot 1, and in doing so created this non-conforming lot, and they also created a non-conformity for the existing house on the remaining lot that they sold, because now that lot, the home on that lot encroaches into the setback on that property.
Okay, so there's only one home to the north. Is that correct, Zane?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Susan, did you have anything else?
No, not at this time, unless you had any questions.
All right. So this is an appropriate time. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, clerk.
Maniscalco? Dingfelder?
Here.
Citro? Vieira?
Here.
Vieira? Miranda? And Goos. We have a physical quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, where were we? I think we were ready for the petitioner, am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Mr. Robles.
Good evening,
Introduce
Council.
yourself. Have you been sworn in? Have you been
Yes.
sworn at?
I might just be sworn, I don't know. My name is Kevin Robles, reside at 2107 Chestnut Forest Drive. I have been sworn in. For the record, I want to discover several errors on the existing lot pattern map. I did send into council chambers what seemed to be about 5 hours ago, individual packets which shows the maps for y'all's pleasure.
Yeah.
You got it. There you go. Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Ms.
Yep.
Bryan brought them in on your behalf.
Thank you.
I assume all council members got them except for Mr. Vieira because he's...
I have it in the overhead as well.
He's remote. Okay.
I've got it on the overhead, so just thought it'd be a little easier. For the record, we discovered several errors on the existing lot pattern map produced by the city zoning staff as it translates into page 3 of the staff report. The zoning staff's map erroneously identified 55 parcels, 24% of the total lot in the analysis, that are either zoned RM16, RM18, CG, RO, and PD for offices and school uses, and are not RS zoning. Those lots are X'd out on the map. You'll see in black with the explanations of erroneously including them in their counts. So I wanted to bring council's attention to that, which sort of brings the study area down and brings the numbers down. Those lots should not have been included in the development, in the map, nor have they historically been included in the map in the lot development pattern analysis for the single-family detached development in RS50 zoning district, let alone in any RS zoning. The subsequent steps error was made by zoning staff in the setup of their study. Aside from this, the parameters that they chose to analyze along with the findings made the staff report were exceptionally limited in scope, provided council with a very elementary view of the development pattern. Furthermore, in 2019, City Council approved a Domain Homes rezoning, REZ 19-40, within the same study area, authorizing development of 2 platted lots measuring 44 and 45 feet wide, in which zoning staff found the request consistent. This is a copy of the original PD, and as you can see, these lots are 44 and 45 feet wide on the 2019 rezone. Unfortunately, zoning staff omitted the logical and necessary analysis of the whole original plat. For council to reference, the following facts are based on the analysis of the original plat. I'm going to place W.C. Black's second edition plat up there for everyone to see.
Stay near the microphone, Mr. Robles, if you could.
Bear with me. Is that a little better? I'm sorry.
Yep.
So if I take the original W.C. Beacon's original second edition plat, which is inclusive here, you will see that the original plat was platted in 1918. There's 5 total blocks in the plat. There's 79 total platted lots. 4 of the lots are platted at 38.6 feet in width. 44 of the lots are platted at 40-foot width. 6 lots are platted at 40.7 feet, and 20 lots are platted at 44-foot width. 1 lot is platted at 44.7 width. Only 4 platted lots at 55.2 feet in width. The 52 zoning lots, excluding the RM18 and the residential office and the PD for office uses. 32 of the 52, 61.5% of the existing development lots in this plat are less than 50 feet in width, specifically as follows. One lot at 30 wide, one lot at 38.6 wide, 22 lots at 40 wide, 5 lots at 40.7 wide, one lot at 41 foot wide, 2 lots at 44 foot wide as platted, not including the subject lot. Only 3 homes have been built since 2000 on all the lots measuring 40 feet in width. It's our assertion that our request is consistent with existing development patterns and causes no adverse impacts to the surrounding area or pattern. Based on the facts outlined above, coupled with the fact that both the zoning staff and city council approved the same PD in the same study area for the same use on similar sized lots, Domain Homes respectfully requests the approval of this request. And so the essence of why we're here on the PD is simply that the lots in this subdivision in this particular platted subdivision, the majority of them are under 50 feet wide. We'll respectfully ask council to give careful consideration to our application. And if I can answer any questions for you, I'll be happy to.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Robles, the applicant?
I don't doubt it, if I may, Mr. Chairman, but I'd like to have the city, Zane, to...
I was going to ask Mr. Hussein.
I know exactly how you think, sir.
Yeah. Mr. Robles, what I'm going to do is, since you have sort of called into question staff's map, I'm going to give them the opportunity to to speak to what you've given us, what you've shown us. I think it's only fair. And then you will get the last word in rebuttal.
That's fine. And I don't know if Mr. Hussein has this map, but I've left it up here in the screen if he can observe the table screen.
Yeah, go ahead and put it up, and that way Mr. Hussein can have the benefit.
If he'll let me know if he can
in the
see all that.
In the future, try and get that to staff in advance of the hearing, of course. But
we just received this from staff 48 hours ago.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to add one thing to that as well. We went through a DRC hearing and we didn't have any adverse comments from staff at that time. So when we received the report 48 hours ago, that's when it was deemed inconsistent.
Fair enough. Mr. Hussein, you don't have to, feel the need to say anything as related to this and or the other plat map, the original plat map, but if you wish to, we're giving you the opportunity.
Thanks so much, sir. Zane Hussein, Development Coordination. Number one, the reports were provided last Thursday, a week ago. That's number one. Number two, proving that the conforming map is provided by the city staff mapping department. We first look at the 1,320 feet radius around the property, around the subject property, and then we taper in. We taper into the block face, both sides of the streets. So it's more concentrated to what the neighborhood and area has around it within that 1,320 feet. But this is from our mapping department here with the city.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
Not this time, no.
Ms. Johnson-Velez, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Mr. Dingfelder. Susan Johnson-Velez, Legal Department. I did want to comment just in response to Mr. Robles's pointing out of the prior approved PD. As council is well aware, you have to evaluate each rezoning application on its own merits with the specific location and the site taken into account, and not any prior rezonings which are irrelevant to your consideration of this particular site. It's hard for me to tell. You can see I've got my reading glasses on. I can't read. I can hardly read any of this. And so the only comment I would make as far as the platted lots, to the extent that there are any remaining platted lots that are less than 50 feet in this RS50 zoning district, I don't know, and I haven't heard any testimony that they were recreated or whether or not they were developed as originally platted. In this case, this lot, again, as we had said before, was not developed as originally platted. And it's created this nonconformity, actually two nonconformities if this application is approved, both with the recreating of the substandard lot, which does not meet the minimum lot standards for this zoning district, or for any zoning district really. It's the RS50, as you know, is the smallest zoning lot within the city. So again, when there was unified ownership, there weren't any nonconformities. There was one unified lot that met the minimum zoning lot size and standards, and the result of this would be that you would have two lots that now would be nonconforming.
Okay. If anybody have a question to staff or to Mr. Robles? I have a question. Mr. Robles, do you have the property owner, Mr. and Mrs. Sibbett, with you as part of your presentation?
No, I do not. Mrs. Sibbett's home with COVID.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, you know, my concern and my question, Mr. Robles, is, you know, I think staff is, or legal staff is indicating there's a little bit of a self-imposed hardship here, that the lot was split out. Now, granted, it wasn't done yesterday. I can't remember the exact year, but sounds like it was a while back, 6, 7, 8 years ago or something like that. If Ms. Sibbett was here, I would ask her, you know, was she aware that she was creating a non-conforming lot 40-something feet wide in an RS50? Have you had a discussion? I think we can be loose on here. I think we can be loose on hearsay in this quasi-judicial forum. Have you had a discussion with her on that issue?
Yes, sir. In fact, I did. She was unaware that she created an illegal non-conforming lot. She owned 3 lots. She went to the property appraisers. The property appraisers accepted it and assigned a new folio number to it. So I think in sensitivity to all of it, some of those rules and regulations are pretty intricate, and I can't imagine that a layperson that's working on it that owns lots 1, 2, and 3 would automatically know that they were creating a non-conforming lot by selling lot 2 and 3 and retaining lot 1. So much so that when she went to the property appraiser's office, they assigned a derivative folio number to that piece of property. Now, I think today's standards, the property appraiser does not assign folio numbers and refuses to ingest them without some determination from city and zoning that gives the property appraiser comfort in issuing a derivative folio number.
For the record, what was the year of the separation?
You know, Chairman Dingfelder, I can't really tell you that. I know there has been a time that the property appraiser would split anything, and now they don't. But I can't tell you when that occurred.
Ms. Johnson-Velez?
Yes, Mr. Dingfelder, Susan Johnson-Velez. According to the property appraiser's records, the lot 1 was sold in December of 2018.
Okay, all right. So it wasn't forever ago.
I'm sorry. Yeah, lots 2 and 3 were sold in 2018. So that was when these nonconformities were.
All right. Well, I was wrong. So we're talking about coming up on 3 years.
About 2.5 years ago. Okay. Correct.
All right. My only other concern, Ms. Johnson-Velez, is here we are today with a non-conforming lot. If we deny it, aren't we denying all reasonable beneficial use in terms of that lot that's now owned by somebody who doesn't own the adjacent lots? I mean, I just have I have a legal concern with an outright denial on that.
Well, they previously owned the other 2 lots.
I know.
Yeah, they previously owned all 3 lots.
Right. So you're saying it would be a self-imposed hardship if they tried to make that claim?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
So you're saying it would be a self-imposed hardship if they made that claim?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so.
All right.
This is a self-created situation.
Okay. All right. Sorry for rambling this evening, gentlemen. Anybody have any other questions? Is there anybody there to speak? Anybody on the second floor?
Eileen Rosario, Development and Growth Management. There's no one here to speak on this item. Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody on the line?
There are no registered
Councilman
speakers for
Dingfelder.
this item.
Okay,
Councilman?
Ryman S.
Yes, sir. I just want to add one thing just to make it very clear is that Mr. Robles is correct, and I believe you're alluding to that well too, sir, is that this PD is the only way that this lot can be buildable. So although staff has its opinions or, based off our staff report and our findings, they are in the only process to get this lot buildable. I just want to make that clear for the record.
All right, we have a motion to close. Nobody on the community is here to speak. There's a motion and a second by Mr. Citro. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are closed. I'll entertain a motion for item 10, RZ 21-66. Mr. Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3002 North Woodrow Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50, residential single family to PD plan development, residential single family detached, providing effective date. I believe this is somewhat of a unique situation, as already explained. The only way to make this really buildable is to make it a PD. So this is, from what I understand and what the applicant has mentioned and other testimony, that PD is the only way, or one of the only ways to make this lot work. That's it.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Maniscalco. We have a second by Mr. Citro. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. We'll have a roll call vote.
Miranda,
No.
Dingfelder,
Yes, and the rock and the hard place comes to mind.
Carlson,
Yes.
Maniscalco,
Yes.
Viera,
Yes.
Citro,
Yes.
and Goods. Motion carried with Miranda voting no, Goods being absent at vote. Second reading and adoption will be held on September 30th at 9:30 a.m.
And Mr. Hussein, I'll speak on behalf of all city council. We appreciate your hard work. Don't feel dejected on this conclusion, and keep up the good work. All right, thank you, Mr. Robles.
Thank you, council. I appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm the last one, so
You
you want me
are.
to turn off the lights on the way out or what?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Something about the door there.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Anything else? We have new business. Mr. Maniscalco. Mr. Shelby.
Oh, sir,
All right.
thank you.
Bill?
Yes, hopefully a quick one. You all remember a few weeks ago, I made a motion to put on September 23rd a discussion about to have nonprofits who are benefiting the Cuban people to come before us. Since that motion was made, no nonprofits have contacted us, and initial search by my legislative aide has not turned up any. My legislative aide is about to go out on maternity leave, and so I would like to postpone that conversation. And I would just say, if there are any nonprofits that are doing that, please contact me, and in the short term, I could post on my social media, and maybe my other colleagues would as well. But I would like to make a motion to continue that item, and then to come back and set a date sometime in the future when we have nonprofits to present.
Instead of you want to just move to strike the motion, and then when you want to bring it back, you can bring it back. Marty doesn't like leaving things hanging out there.
Well, it would make more sense to remove it from the agenda and then reschedule it when you feel it appropriate. That, other than just have it to continue to a date, it falls into an abyss generally.
I mean, if you want to pick a date in the future, just to have a placeholder, that's your prerogative.
I would rather just continue it and then come back to you all with a date later. If we have to do it the other way, that's fine too, but.
The clerk doesn't like that either.
Okay, so.
How about December, if you want to?
So I would just recommend at this point that we postpone it, and then I'll come back in the future with another date.
Okay. All right, so the motion effectively is to strike it from the agenda on September, what was it, Bill?
23rd.
23rd, and Mr. Carlson will come back to us with a later date. There's a second from Mr. Maniscalco. Any comments? Mr. Vieira, you good with that?
Oh, yeah, no comments. Nothing.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
That's it, thank you.
Mr. Citro.
I hope that we all remember that we are approaching the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And if we could give thanks for those who gave their lives for protecting others in New York City, Pennsylvania, and Washington, D.C., and also thank the first responders that are serving us and keeping us safe today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well stated, and thank you for the reminder, Mr. Citro. Mr. Miranda.
I just want to say congratulations to a former council member who turned 88, Mr. Joe.
Greco?
No.
No?
But you're getting close. Catano.
Joe Catano. Also a hairdresser, right?
Why are you looking?
Okay. Happy birthday, Joe Caetano. Any other business, Madam Clerk?
And may I, Mr. Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm laughing that when you called on me on the Cuba thing, I'm like, are you looking for controversy, man?
Yeah,
of course, I'm joking. I wanted to mention, I didn't know this gentleman very well, but we would see him at City Council. Steve Meadows, fan at Port Tampa. Did any of y'all know him very well?
I remember him, yes.
Okay, no, I wanted to make a note here that it appears that he passed. Yeah, so just if anybody, the district councilman or citywide, if anybody wants to do anything, I just bring that to everyone's attention, obviously.
Yeah, thank you. I hadn't seen that yet, so that's shocking. So thank you.
Yeah, check on the fan Facebook, and you'll see it in case if you want to do anything from council or whatever. Seemed like a nice gentleman, and he would come over here and give us hell sometimes and all that stuff. So God rest his soul. Then second, I was going to make this motion last week, but I didn't have the nice lady's name. I wanted to have a 5-minute presentation on April 7th, 2022 from Tiffany Davis on Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I met her about 2 weeks ago, and such a nice lady with such a compelling personal story that she shares publicly. And I thought it would be great for her to speak to us on that issue.
And what was that date, April?
7th, 2022.
Second.
And is there a time associated with that, a length of time you
He
anticipate?
said 5 minutes at the beginning of a regular meeting?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Vieira, motion, Mr. Citro seconded. Any discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Vieira. Anything else?
Nothing, sir. Thank you.
All right, I do not have anything, and
Receive and
everybody,
file.
Second.
motion to receive and file. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, and have a good evening, and go Bucks.
You are adjourned, sir.
Said it cannot be changed. So the existing PD has never been